Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Busy Monday morning, starting off in studio, of course, senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
And Jimmy's got that NinjaTrader orange to kick the week off. Of course, our senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples, Florida. Yeah, I've got my orange on. NinjaTrader orange is going to be a spectacular week today in the markets.
Yeah, and good morning, chat. We've got Shab, Weston, Paulie, Steve, David, bunch of people on here early. My Serona, Engineer Bear, Firmament, even more. I can't scroll all the way up and see. Good morning to all of you. Really an important day, I think, technically for the market, because we had some news on Friday, Shai, right on the close. Did rattle the cages a little bit. It's why we're gapped down. We got to start there.
Yeah, so we had a Moody's downgrade. Now, Moody's is actually the last ratings agency to downgrade the U.S. So it's not like we haven't been downgraded before. And I was talking on Twitter or X yesterday, and I basically thought that we'd see equities down, gold up, and yields up. But because it is the third agency to downgrade the U.S., I don't think that this is going to be like a lasting, huge move in this market. Even though I expected markets to gap down on it, I just don't see this being like the start of another 500-point loss or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I spent, a couple hours yesterday while I was watching Scotty Scheffler win the PGA. I love Scotty Scheffler. And I was watching golf, and I was reading and watching some short videos on what was going on with, Moody's and this downgrade. And I still don't know what the hell everyone's talking about, I'll be honest with you. It's kind of one of those things where you're like, okay. I mean, I went through so many even like tweets on Twitter, and I'm just going, man, okay, what does it mean? I mean, look, I'm a simple man, Shai. Is it bullish? Is it bearish? Does it have legs beyond this? The way I look at it is it's a nudge. I put in my morning note this morning. There's always going to be kinks in the armor along the way. This is not a linear path to all-time highs. Again, I said this morning, I kind of started off with saying it's kind of important more technically to me to see what the market does in terms of the reaction. I don't know that this changes the whole story. It'll be back to tariffs soon, if it hasn't already gotten back there.
Yeah, actually, Besant was on TV this weekend, and what he said is tariff rates will soon return to a reciprocal level if countries don't reach agreements during the 90-day pause. He said that there are 18 important trading partners that the U.S. is mostly focused on solidifying deals with, and there's a lot of smaller trading relationships that we just don't have time to talk to.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're going back to this already. I think. But ultimately, Shai, when you look at this, like I said, I don't understand to the depths of this that you do. Is this just a kink in the armor? Is this something late to the party? It's kind of a lot of what I gathered from what a lot of people said, and correct me if I'm wrong. I think the one thing is that this is not an imminent situation. This is kind of more of something that's lagging. Like they're more late to the party, and right. This is like, oh, this is brand new. Watch out.
Exactly, and that's why I think that I don't think that this will have legs, even though, it is bearish for markets overall. But they really didn't say anything that we didn't already know. They're worried about debt levels, et cetera, and spending. So it's nothing shocking. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
We didn't already know.
I mean, that's my point. And again, anytime I look at headlines, because this is not my world, it's your world, I look at it and go, does it change the macro theme? So this one didn't. So that's box checked. Is it new news? Like, is it new, right? Kinda, but not, right? I mean, so it's like kind of a shaded X or check mark. So it's like, okay, so now you have some impact. Is it long lasting? Is this something that's going to have impacts beyond it? And for me, the way I look at this is it probably sets up I think more of the bulls and the mindset of, okay, look at this is not going to be a linear path higher. It never is. And this is like a reminder that, look at, there's going to be things that set us back. This is not a clear path to all-time highs. I know, however, this is what happens with sentiment, right? We said it last week. Everyone gets super bearish. Now everyone gets super bullish, and all of a sudden everyone gets brought back, and maybe we find somewhere in the middle. Let's go to you, Jimmy. Technically, overnight, what stood out to me? You had 10-year 4.537 this morning. You got bonds down over a full point. They're down almost 1.5%. You got gold up almost 2%. Natty gas was the biggest loser. Don't know why that is. Maybe we'll go back to shy on that one. I'm not going to throw that one to you, Jimmy, at down 5%. But overall, Jimmy, overnight, what stood out with you at the tape?
Yeah, I mean, always look at the 30-year Treasury bond. We printed over 5% in the cash market already this morning. We're breaking down into a 111 handle right now for only the third time. Two of those times were little wicks in recent memories. Didn't stand the test. But sellers are, getting involved here in this 30-year. We haven't seen a 110 handle since January of this year, and we're heading that way right now. The trend is firmly down here, and this market is reacting to it. So my eye's going to be on this market all day long to see if we get any kind of relief, any kind of buyers in here right now. But it is feeling a little wonky. The last time, well, in 2011, when we had the downgrade by S&P, the bond reaction was the opposite of this. Prices rose, yields broke. This time it's not the case, and we also have the budget got out of the budget committee this weekend, last night to be exact, and there is no debt relief in that thing either. So I expect some more downward movement here.
I think the one thing to note is when you see news come out, my first thought was, okay, you text this to me. You said gold is going to rocket on this. You said it to me the minute it came out, and you were spot on. Again, when you look at the news, you watch the reactions. Immediate reaction was gold is up good percentage, almost 2%. And the reason is because why, Shy? Why is gold a bid here?
Well, because it's another same theme that we've been talking about. It's kind of that flight to safety, just as when you're looking at the bond market, if we get a downgrade, investors are going to want higher yields to invest, right, in that market. And so that makes sense. Both of those moves made sense. And, I think the equity market, again, it's obviously a negative for the equity market. I'm not sure how much. But after such a large move as well that we've had, I mean, we've been kind of straight up for like all week last week. And, it also wouldn't be shocking if we, on this pullback when the market opens, if we see a little bit more profit taking from those people that have been long.
Yeah. And again, with the gold situation is you look at where's the immediate impact, where's the strongest impact. That is initially gold, right? And then I looked at the bond market, as Jimmy said, down substantially, taking out, recent lows. Actually, the recent low, let's go back. How recent? And when you say recent, Anthony, how recent are we talking about that? We got the low of 111.17 came in on April 9th. Okay, and then the low today in the 30-year is 111.19. So it's 2 ticks away from where the bond low was when equities made their lows back then in April. Back then, that was
back then,
way
a
back
lifetime,
when.
a lifetime ago. The bond market is hitting. We are seeing that long end significantly raise in yields compared to the short end. So we have a steepener here. And, we have the 30-year at over 5% and the 10-year at that for a little bit over 4.5%, which is where investment's going to get really uncomfortable.
Yeah. And the last thing is, and then you look at equities, down 1.5% in NASDAQ, 1% S&P, almost 1.5% Russell, Dow down 0.5%. And what I look at, anytime news comes out, and I think this is so important to watch. This is the way I look at it: is is the news having the biggest impact? I believe it's gold. I believe it's bonds, right? Because you could see that percentage-wise and where they are on a price basis, they've had significant moves, more significant than equities. equities are getting a little bit more tied to the bond market here. We've talked about this. When equities are one of those markets where it's like nothing matters to them until it does matter to them. And then this news triggers it to matter. So you see bonds getting beat up with velocity going down. Equities will tend to kind of get a little bit stuck to them. Now, will this last? Will they shrug it off again? At some point. But for today, if the bond market starts making a new low and gets below that 111.17 level, I do think, you wonder, will it really have much of an impact on equities? I think so, and it's something to watch. And again, not everyone is going to be watching the bonds every single day. Today's a day where you got to pull the bond market up and watch it. If the bonds all of a sudden start making out new lows from April, does that have an immediate impact on equities? It may not get you into trade and make you money, but it may keep you out of a long if all of a sudden we dip quickly because bond market's going lower. It's just something you have to look at when we get into news-driven markets. It's extremely important. Back to you, Jimmy. Overall, we talked about this. Equities have been super bullish. We're still a ways away from moving averages, and I think any sort of kind of major importance. The major technical areas that I think we're going to be looking at today are probably in gold and treasuries, because you have a mean reversion back in gold, and then you have a scenario where you have a breakout to the downside in bonds. So talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, right now this is E-mini S&P is trading just north of that 5,900 level. I think we're going to see on the equity side today a lot of zero DTE activity on the buying dips. I think we're going to see that. I think we've hit Pax's 60 handle move down on the open pretty precisely. Hit some great levels yesterday. I don't know if anybody sees it, but everybody should follow it. So I think the equity market is going to be in a dip buyer mode right now. I think the bond market's going to march more toward the institutional side of things as we get further and further through the open today. And then gold right now, as you said, I mean, there's money going in. I think there's some scared money going into gold, and we're only trading at 32.50, so we're kind of in a sweet spot anyway there. So I expect that market to kind of hold its own throughout the day. But time will tell. And all the other thing to keep in mind too is there's a lot of FOMC folks speaking. It's Fedpalooza this week. A lot of them are speaking this week, and we already had Bostic come out this morning being pretty hawkish, to be honest with you. So, are we going to get this rate cut? Now we're starting to think maybe not anytime soon. So I don't know. That's kind of how I feel about it right now, Deli.
Yeah, he said only possibly one now. I heard that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we should go over, there is no data today, but we do have a gaggle of Fed speakers. So a gaggle. So we have Bostic speaking again at 8:30. They're all at a meeting. This is why they're all speaking today. We have Williams at 8:30. We have Jefferson at 9:45. We have Logan at 1:15, and we have Kashkari at 1:30. So they're stacked today.
Yeah, and we have a big guest to talk about everything this morning. We got our guy Larry, who used to be in Naples. He's not here. He's coming in via Zoom. Preview that guest for us, Shai.
So Larry is, I had the chance to meet him at the investment conference in New Orleans last year. Great guy, but he's an investment manager with Equity Management Associates, sound money advocate, gold stock fund manager, and Austrian economist. He just wrote his first book called The Big Print, What Happened to America and How Sound Money Will Fix It. So I'm kind of looking forward to him, to talking to him about gold, about this Moody's downgrade, about Bitcoin, because he is also a big Bitcoin advocate. So we will get a chance to talk to him about all of that this morning, coming up in a few minutes.
Yeah, I'm very excited to speak with Larry. I've heard him speak many times before, and he's really the perfect guest for today because there's a lot going on, and I think he's somebody who I've listened to in the past who really can narrow it down and help traders really get hyper-focused on what is the real situation here right now and unpack it for us. So we're going to have Larry here right after this morning. We, as usual, We got Jimmy's got NinjaTrader on, though, for Monday, so he's setting a real strong tone for the week. It's about that time for this morning's Edge Report with Jim Cagnina.
All right, well, let's continue with the 30-year Treasury bond market right now. You can see a really nice fitting trend channel to the downside starting on the end of April. My area of support, forget about it. We've had several closes below that. Target wick down here that Anthony just mentioned around 111.18, and then even further down is those January lows right now. So there's a sell-off going on for sure. The sellers are in charge. Just to kind of drill into that intraday chart to look for targets. A lot of the targets are on the upside, unfortunately. We have that session VWAP behaving exactly how we'd expect it. It's, our prices are firmly below it. Sellers are in charge. S2 level on the pivots are holding so far at 111.19. And then on the downside, there's not a lot of areas of interest until you get to S3, which is 110.03. So and then of course those target wicks that we just mentioned on the daily. On the upside, we do have some zero DTE action right around previous sessions lows, which is approximately 112.17. And then moving up, my next target on the upside is going to be the pivot. That's approximately 113.03. And then Jack's one, that important gamma exposure levels at 113.16. Pivoting back to the E-mini S&P, we see a slight pullback, right? This just through the casual observer, this is not a big deal. This just looks like a little bit of a pullback here. It doesn't even really merit a fib retracement level at this point. We're trading above the 8 EMA. That gap that we had way back here on the 12th of May, I have a little bit of a rectangle there highlighting that. That's an extreme downside move to 57.32. But right now, the moving averages are behaving properly. We are overbought on the stochastics, but we've been overbought since the, end of April. It's been a long time. Going into the intraday, we do have some targets as well on the upside as well as the downside. S2 again is supporting, framing the conversation at the bottom, and that's approximately 58.95. And then further on down, we have a high vol level at 58.45, and then S3 right below that. So these are good targets for the bears. 58.40. On the upside, we have a gaggle of targets as well. We have that one-day min by Menthor Q. We're almost up to that right now. That's 59.21. And then the pivot is right at this 0DT put support. That's at 59.50. And then, we have further up, Jack's 1, 59.75, right next to R1, right next to previous sessions highs, right next to that 0DTE level. So up here, there's a whole bunch of areas of interest as well on the E-mini S&P. So we'll see. That Globex gap, we had about a 10-handle Globex gap right off the whistle last night. That's substantively filled. I mean, we missed it by a tick, but I'm going to say it's filled just for conversation purposes. Running over to gold again. Let's do that one. A little bit of a pause here, a little bit of a fight back up right to that 8 EMA, right? So we're right at that 8 EMA. That's my orange line right now, which is below the 21 EMA. I suppose that's good. And it's below this anchored VWAP that I have anchored from the beginning of April. So right now, you could argue sellers are still kind of in charge here, but we'll see. If we start closing above that VWAP up here, 32.75-ish, I might change my mind and say, all right, now we're going to have a little bit further bullish momentum on the upside. Now, we also have a moving average, a stochastic crossover right now, which is also important, where you see that yellow line popping up there. So that's a crossover. We'll see if we can continue that momentum up, and then that could give me also more encouragement for a bullish move up. Intraday, oopsie, sorry about that. Really, what's framing the top of the conversation right now is that call resistance and the 0DTE and call resistance and gamma wall. These are Menthor Q levels, 32.50, nice even number. That's been resistance. Next stop up would be R1 and previous sessions highs, approximately 32.55, and then a lot of empty sky above that all the way to R2, which is way up here at 33.05. So there's a lot of work to do there for the bulls. For the bears, we haven't hit the pivot yet. We've been pretty, and that's approximately 32 205. Jax 2, though, is right below it as well. It's at 3,200. So right now we're kind of developing a profile up here on the, it's a decent volume profile, but it's immature at this point. We want to see a dominant point of control being born in gold. We don't see that yet. That is today's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Chai.
Thank you, Jimmy. And of course, we are joined by Larry Lepard, investment manager, Equity Management Associates. Larry, I've been following you on Twitter for some time. I've heard you speak. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Oh, great to be with you guys. It's an honor. How are things?
Everything's great. It's a perfect morning to have you in here, Larry. I don't know how much you caught of the,
I've caught
the
all of it.
morning
Yeah.
chat that we have.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about it. Narrow it down for us. Is this Moody's thing a big deal or no?
Well, no, it's yes and no. I mean, it's indicative of a longer term trend. It's not a surprise. It's amazing they hung on this long. I mean, all these credits. I mean, the U.S. credit should be C plus, but I guess they just got to the point where they couldn't ignore it anymore. It was kind of like the woman wearing the dark glasses in The Big Short. The more important, and I get the sense from earlier comments that you guys are kind of trading every single zigzag, and that's great. That's not kind of my business, is a much longer term view of the markets. And I think that what the last 24, 48 hours, new data we've gotten that supports my thesis that monetary debasement is assured and going to get much worse. Or twofold. The downgrade. I mean, no real surprise there. And the reaction in the price of Bitcoin and the price of gold to that downgrade. Probably even more important than those two things is what's going on in the long bond markets all around the world. It's not just the United States pushing up to new highs. It's also Germany, the UK, Japan, and Australia. In fact, the Japan 30 or 40-year chart is even more dramatic in terms of how quickly yields there are going up on long debt. And I think the other big, two other big data points that occurred. One, Besant went on TV in the United States yesterday and said something along the lines of, and this is a big shift because what they said before is we're going to solve our fiscal problem by Doge, and Elon came out and first he said 2 trillion, then he said 1 trillion. Now he's admitting maybe 150 to 200 if he's lucky. And Besant went on TV and said, well, the way we're really going to deal with this is we're going to grow GDP faster than we're growing the debt. Now, unless we have a productivity miracle or AI replaces everybody and, or energy, the fusion things that we've developed that are now looking very promising, come online in the next few years, which I don't think is likely. I don't see how we can possibly have GDP outgrow the debt, the pace of the debt growth, unless we have massive inflation or certainly high inflation. And the way we get that is via the big print, which, as my book says, and as you all know, I believe is very strongly is coming. And the only really issue is when. And so to my way of seeing it, that all of these things are now getting factored into the market. Probably where I'm a little different from the consensus on Bitcoin, gold, and the stock market is I actually think there's a chance. I mean, I know a lot of people, when the stock market broke in April, that was a severe break, and it was self-inflicted as a result of Trump's policies, but it was severe, and you took out a lot of critical support, and you shook people's confidence. It reminded me of '87, or I don't know, a little bit of 2000, a lot of 2008, early 2008. It reminded me of the time around Bear Stearns in 2008. Okay, so, we were only kidding. We're not going to do all those policies. We'll roll them all back. It's all good. Party on, guys. And the market, screams higher. And of course, everybody had positioned themselves short. And now we're seeing that everyone's positioning themselves long, feeling like they're going to miss it. And I sincerely believe that the odds of the market ending up at all-time new highs this year are quite low, unless they just do a massive print. And we enter a crack up boom. And so I think the S&P is going to roll over sometime in the next 2 or 3 months because, it's very hard for businesses to operate in this environment. And the anecdotal evidence that I get from people, and I've had people DM me from various businesses around the country, is that, things really are slowing down a lot. And as we all know, in a levered system, that compounds on itself. And so somebody loses a job and then they don't buy something and the other guy loses a job and so on and so forth. So I believe that we haven't seen the lows on the S&P for this year, that we're going to go much lower over time. I'm not sure what time. It could be this week. It could be, 3 to 6 months as these cracks become more apparent. And I believe that as a result of that, there's some chance that Bitcoin and gold are actually not going to do particularly well because to me it feels like we're heading towards a March 2020 moment where the Fed has not, they're behind the curve. They have not said they're going to drop rates. That inflation is high, although they got they got lucky and got some good prints. And you've got Powell who's trying to maintain his legacy as being a Volcker 2.0. And so and Trump is challenging him. So and he's a Democrat, so he's going to push back on all of that. So my sense is that what's really happening is Percent is going to force him into printing. And the way they force him into printing is they blow up the markets. And so the next time the MOVE index goes to 135, or the next time if the S&P takes out 4,800, it's going to get pretty dicey. In the COVID example, the stock market had to go down 30% before, Powell came in with a bazooka. And in this April, we went down 21% briefly, and now we're almost back to break even. But if the next leg down takes out the 4,800, everything's going lower. And that will give Powell and the Fed the political cover they need, because they'll be able to do like they've always said in the past, we had to do it or else the ATMs wouldn't work. And that'll give them the cover to do what I call the big print, which is, drop rates and take QE, or take QE. I mean, one thing, so a very smart guy, Gunlack, was a bond guy, big bond guy, said, there's a possibility that what they'll do this time, in the past, what they've done is they've taken rates to zero, and then when that doesn't work, they do QE. He made the point, and I think it's a good one, that they realize, I think, that taking rates to zero leads to a lot of carry trades and a lot of, ZERP is a dangerous thing. And so maybe in this particular case, what they'll do is they won't really take rates down as much as you would like. They won't take them to zero, but they'll step into the bond market in a big way. And we've already seen some of that, and I think it was actually misreported. People were saying the Fed was buying the bonds. Well, the Fed's just rolling over bonds as they always do. And a bunch of us got into a big kerfluffle on Twitter about that. And that's not the issue. The issue that's more interesting to me, and I think it's the case, is that the Treasury has actually been buying certain off-the-run bonds to try and help the bond market. And they've been using the TGA to do it. And you can do that right now because the TGA just got filled up as a result of, taxes coming in April. But, I read that it looked like they'd bought maybe 40 to 50 billion, and the TGA is 500 some odd, 550 some odd, maybe a little larger. So, you can only do that 5 or 10 times, and, your TGA is gone. So, to me, it's a real toxic brew, and I think everybody has to just be aware that anything can happen. And I think long S&P traders have to be aware that they might be wrong, and short people the same. I mean, it was interesting to me that some very smart guys that I listen to are kind of flat because they just don't know what the hell's going to happen next. And I can relate to that in the stock market. I think with respect to the sound money assets, I'm very willing to accept a 30% drawdown in gold or Bitcoin without having to sell a thing. And I know that in 1, 5, 10 years they're going to be multiples of today's price. So I'm not really playing the zigzags. I'm playing what I consider to be a very high probability monetary debasement event on a big scale. We've had, the book is called The Big Print. We've had two of them. We had one in 2008. We had one in 2020. We're going to have a third, and it's going to be bigger, in my opinion. So that's kind of long-winded, but it brings you up to where, kind of my general thinking on what's going on.
Do you think that the Fed will be forced to actually do some sort of yield curve control, or is it just going to be a massive QE again?
Well, they're the same, really. It will be. I mean, when you do yield curve control, you basically say we're gonna fix these rates at a certain level, and we stand ready to buy anyone who wants to offer their bonds at that rate, at that price. And I think if once that happens, people are going to kind of come to the conclusion that monetary debasement, I mean, Gresham's law is going to going to find another gear, and that monetary debasement is real, and they can never stop printing, even though Powell claims he's going to be Volcker, which he can't be because the debt's too high compared to GDP. And so, the bond market might look at the Fed and go, okay, sold to you. And it's a $36 trillion bond market. And not all of it's for sale because some of it's in the government. But I mean, the Fed balance sheet's $6.7 trillion. So if a big piece of the bond market says, okay, yeah, you're right, we are the suckers at the table. We're not going to sit here and hold 10-year paper at 4.5% when we know that you're going to inflate at much higher rates than that. You can have our bonds. Here you go. And so the Fed balance sheet is going to swell again, and that is QE by definition.
That makes sense. And then it seems that the Fed has been very hawkish, and obviously we've had Trump, pound on Powell consistently about lowering rates. Is there a scenario where they do lower rates and yields go up, just like we saw back in September?
I think that's very possible. I mean, I think that, they can only control the short end of the curve, and the long end of the curve is in the process of realizing that the U.S. is bankrupt. And so, yes, I think what you describe is a very possible and likely event. The problem that Powell has got is he's living, he's trying to protect his legacy. He knows that conditions are getting tight. And by the way, they're going to do a lot of other funny little things like they always do. I mean, there's something called the SLR, supplementary leverage ratio, which it prevents banks from buying a certain level of treasuries. Well, they're going to loosen the requirements on that. So the banks are going to help them kind of do, shadow QE. They're probably going to pressure a lot of the companies that we're trying, or countries that we're trying to commit, do tariff deals with to buy our bonds. I mean, there was some people saying that, we're already possibly even doing international QE, which is, you say to Japan, for example, you guys keep buying our bonds and we'll open a swap line at a very low rate to you. I mean, they've got a lot of different tools and mechanisms that they will use to try and hide the fact that they're printing more money. But the mathematical fact is that they cannot continue to support a system that's this leveraged with this much debt and this much continual debt growth without printing money. I mean, it's just math. So they got to figure out how to do it somehow. Now their goal is going to be to hide it from the rest of us as much as possible because they're very aware of the risk of a Gresham's Law event as well.
We've only got you for a couple more minutes left, Larry, and I want to talk about the catalyst that you think that takes us back down because, as we all know, anybody who's followed equity markets as long as you and I over the years, that equities just love to go higher, and these one-dimensional rallies, they're just hard to derail, man. We know that. We've seen it. But, again, it took a little news like today to maybe derail it just a little bit. But what do you see? Is it tariffs? Is it something? Obviously, there's always the black swan event that we don't know about. But what do you foresee that would be a reason for this market to start to head back down?
I think earnings growth and unemployment growth are two things to watch very carefully. The forward estimates on earnings have been getting revised down, and I don't know exactly where they are right now, but I think they're kind of down, showing more flattish growth in the latter part of this year. And the market is extremely expensive. I mean, unless you believe there's going to be a lot more free money coming along to support it. And so, I watch the bond market and I watch the equity market, because they are really they show how much liquidity there is in the system. But it's tricky because people are very, very levered. I mean, you've got the basis trade and you got all kinds of other things. I mean, you've got the administration trying to pump up Bitcoin because they know that the Bitcoin stablecoin guys are buying, the short treasury bonds that they need to sell a lot of. So, I mean, I do think that over time, it's one thing that's pretty obvious from Besant and Trump, et cetera, is that they're aware of this problem. And Besant has said that, we need another Bretton Woods, and Besant's a gold guy. And I think, by the way, I think all the gold coming back to the United States is actually the U.S. refilling Fort Knox. I think they raided Fort Knox during the gold pool in the 60s. I've talked to people who know people that were in the or the Johnson administration, said that Johnson really regretted sending gold to London to help keep the price of gold down because we never got it back. So I think that's why we're bringing, all the gold imports that we've been bringing back. I think a lot of that might be to refill Fort Knox. But I think they know that the world is moving away from the dollar. They will never say it, but I think they need a much weaker dollar. I mean, one other macro comment that I'm very, very convinced of is the dollar will be much lower over the coming years, even compared to other pieces of fiat currency. I mean, they need a dollar, that's a 70, not a 99. They just do. I mean, that's, if they can't rebalance world trade with tariffs, and it appears that they're not going to be able to do that because they've already they've folded, and my sense is if it continues to be a problem for them, they'll continue to fold. The other way to solve that problem is just to, crush the dollar in foreign currency terms, and the U.S. will have a lot of inflation. I mean, Besant on the talks this weekend, I mean, it was stunning to me. He said we have to grow GDP faster than, or we have to grow, GDP faster than debt. I mean, there is no way to do that without inflation. No way, zero. And so, there's productivity increases, but and reshoring, and I get it, all the AI excitement, blah, blah, blah. It's not fast enough. It's too little, too late. It's like Doge. I mean, I applaud them trying to do Doge, right? I'm sure they found a lot of ways it's great. I mean, the USAID shit was horrible. A lot of the stuff we've wasted money is horrible, but it's just, we got a gushing wound, and this is a small Band-Aid. It's just not going to get there. So, um, my sense is, in the book, my book talks about this, what they really need to do is a monetary reset. They need to confess their sins and say, look, we're out of control, and we've got to reset the debt, compared to GDP. And the way to do that is we're going to return to a sound money standard. It's going to be either Bitcoin or gold or a combination of the two. And, the government's going to have to balance its budget. If they did that, the world will get a lot better very quickly on the other side of that. But doing that will be quite traumatic. So.
And we'll leave it there. Larry Lepard, investment manager, Equity Management Associates. Everyone, go get the book. Look at the link in the chat, and go follow Larry on Twitter. Larry, this was fantastic. A perfect day to have you here. We can't wait to have you back. Thank you so much for joining us today.
It was really fun to be with you, and I really enjoy your program. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you.
All right, Shai. Initial thoughts for me, and I'm glad Larry brought this up because it's so important. We get away from it. This is what happens in a news-driven environment. We get away from these things. Not these things, one thing. Earnings.
Yep.
Right? He talked about unemployment as well. We've been keeping an eye on that here. But earnings. What drove the market higher was everyone was chasing earnings,
Right.
We know that there was other factors, but the bottom line is when NVIDIA was coming out, blowing up earnings, and the AI craze was coming in, everyone was chasing, forward guidance, everyone was catching up. Stocks were running. Is that done? I mean, and that's the question.
Well, I mean, if you look at Q1, I would say yes. I mean, a lot of companies came out and said we can't give guidance, and those stock market didn't like that answer. But I think going forward, we're going to see a lot more of that because of such uncertainty around these tariffs. Companies just don't know where they're going to stand, and what demand is going to look like, and what prices are going to look like.
Yeah, no, 100%. All right, Shai. Great morning. Thank you for shedding light on some important topics that aren't the easiest to digest and understand. You're the best.
All right. See you guys later. Be in the chat.
All right. Next up, Pharm. The chat said if we both had purple, look out for a market. Limit down. That's what I've heard. I've heard limit down if we both have purple on, but you saved the day again, Pharm. It's impressive.
You got 1 minute? Let me go for a wardrobe change real quick, Deli. That would be fun.
Sure. Yeah. Well, how was your weekend?
Busy. We're in the midst of Maycember, which the parents are familiar with, and everybody else doesn't know what the hell that is. But you get into the end of the school year when you've got kids, and you've got a lot of kids jamming birthday parties into May ahead of the summer. You've got end of school activities, all kinds of stuff. So it gets wild. It's every bit as busy as December is around the holidays in May.
That's funny. And you look pretty refreshed for a Maycember. And, let's face it, Pharm. We needed this headline on Friday because it was getting pretty stale. It was getting really, really grindy action where I haven't been doing much at all. I don't know how much you've been doing, but here we are. You heard us talk about what's going on with Moody's. And again, I think we've all come to the conclusion, at least for now that this is, if anything, these are my words, not everyone else that's spoken the program today. Just, a kink in the armor. There's no linear path higher. Everyone always thinks there is. It's funny when you start seeing everyone talk about, path to all-time highs. We're going to be there in a month after we're at 4,800. People forget kind of this environment that we're in, and everything is still kind of on a pause. Not kind of, it is. And here we are. Technically, I don't know that it changed too much on the charts yet. You and I will get into that, but initial reactions from Larry and thoughts about that news coming out on a Friday after the close.
Yeah, with respect to Larry, it saddens and disgusts me that he's right. And I did a little rant about this in the Discord. I guess it was last week. It was whenever we gapped up. I guess it was last weekend. And everything that's come out since just is in support of that they're just going to run this hot. Never mind, just kidding. We thought we were willing to tolerate a little bit of pain to maybe get the deficit under control via spending cuts, etc. And now it's just like, okay, we'll just inflate our way out of this. It's going to be great. Enjoy. So we talked about this, for me, my base case, for the last 5 years has been that we were coming out of this with a recession or inflation 2.0 out of this cycle. And it sure looks, as of now, like they want to go inflation 2.0, whereas just a month ago, we were pricing in a 69% chance of a recession. So that's that. The downgrade is like, oh, you think? So no real surprise there. They're the third to move. A lot of people saying it's a nothing burger, and then other people saying, limit down. I think it's, somewhere in between. It's a known issue. It's the third to move. So, we'll see how long this weakness lasts today, and if there is any technical damage done. And like you said, we'll get into the charts and see where we go from here.
All right. Well, let's pull up my charts, and it won't be charts to start. Let's talk about this. We have a NinjaTrader Live 1-day challenge. It's going to be $1,000 we're going to be giving away plus merch. It starts tomorrow. So you got to sign up today. There's a link in the chat. I was waiting for you to go over this here, Pharm, because I figured you and I would have a good conversation about this, and we'll talk about the importance of these challenges in a minute. But the link is pinned into the chat, and it's actually right now in the main chat. It starts tomorrow at 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern. It's going to end at 4 Central, 5 Eastern. 1,500 max participants. You're going to start with a $25,000 cash balance. Products are going to be allowed are ES, MES, NQ, MQ, MNQ, CL, MCL, GC, MGC, MBT. Max position size of 5 for the minis, 50 for the micros, 3 cash prizes, and we're going to be giving away some NinjaTrader hoodies. This is just the beginning of the merch stuff, by the way, folks. So we're just dipping our toe into the water with some giveaways on this network. And, here's the one thing I will say. Like I said, here's the link. Here's what that page looks like. Go there and sign up. Actually, quick thing is news came out. White House senior advisor has said, I would not be surprised there are more trade deals this week. We'll talk about that in a second. But we'll see if the tape move. But ultimately, everyone, please sign up through that link on NinjaTrader Live. Go there and check this out. Pharm, I wish they had things like this when I was first starting to trade, and this is why I was waiting for you to talk about it, because challenges, everyone can go in there and kind of, YOLO and try to win, and I get it, but if you're new to futures or if you want to try other products and you could take this seriously with a chance to win, they're going to be giving away, like I said, not just money, but prizes. Get familiar with the platform. I think these are great ways to get people involved in futures. I know the world has gotten into funded and trading right away. I think this is a good path to be able to practice. We will be introducing more of these. Hopefully people go in there today through us and sign up and check out what we've got going. Like I said, this is just the beginning, and it's going to be cool stuff to come. So I just wanted to mention that with you in here.
Yeah, that's exciting. I'm going to have to check out the details on that. That is very, very exciting. So.
Yeah, and there's going to be more fun stuff with us throughout the NinjaTrader Live, people. So go and check that out. Like I said, the link is in the chat. I want to start off on the charts today. Actually, I have gold up here, and I'm starting with gold because gold, as far as I'm concerned, had the biggest impact. If you go back to what Larry said, Larry talks about how if there's any position that he's willing to hold through a 30% drawdown, it would be gold and Bitcoin. When you look at gold, what's interesting about gold this year is that it is the dominant trend. Not every year does that happen with gold, right? I mean, although it has been going up, pretty regularly for years now. Not every year is it the dominant trend. Not every year is it the most volatile. That is the case this year. And so when we have news, gold market is immediately looked at from my perspective, and I think pretty much most traders' perspectives, as to what did the news do to gold. And you have a market that was primary trend is up. I mean, if we squeeze it a little bit, we all know gold is up. You've heard us talk about it. We're in a mean reversion, and you had a significant move higher now, close to 2%. You got 821.34 moving averages. One standard deviation is right where the 8 and 34 moving averages is, right around 34, let's call it 45. That's where we are right now. If it pushes above this area and yesterday's high in gold is 32.5580. If I see that get taken out, I think gold has got a 50-point move in it, up to 33.04.02, up to 33.10-ish. That's the anchored VWAP from the high, and that's the 21-day moving average. So when I look at gold, it's significant today to see them take out yesterday's high for it to get some legs. And if it does, I wonder how that spills out into the rest of the markets. Now, just for gold traders in general, this is an area where I think is pivotal right now. If it crosses over it, just hard to see any reason to be short. Primary trend is up. You've got news that's driven it higher, takes out a previous day's high, and all of these things I mentioned, gold could be in store for a decent move up. Next, I want to go to 10-year. I said this morning, the low in 10-year, 111.17 was the low on April 9th. That is now the low of the day today, Pharm. 111.17 is the low for today. We have officially an exact to the tick double bottom, but we're on the lows right now in 30-year bonds. The question will be, if this move starts to get legs below this April low, I've got it going down to like 109, like 18. That's this old Bollinger Band peak. I look at those as support. And so that comes in at 109.17, 109.18. What does that do to the equity market? It's very interesting to me because I think that if bonds start going down with velocity and you see the long end start moving up the way it is, you see people talk about bear steepeners. It's very much, I think, an important market to watch for equity markets. Now, why? Well, because if rates start going up quickly, to this point, if you go back to Jason Shapiro last week, I love that he said this. He's like, well, he goes, how about that bond market, starting to impact equities? It hasn't, and he's 100% right. We've talked about this. The equity market puts a blind eye up for as long as it can. There's a joke in there I could talk about. I'm not going to go over my joke that goes through my head, but basically, you'd be able to walk down a hallway and not look at anything else and just stay completely focused on going higher. It's really impressive. And ultimately, and all of a sudden, when it starts to look and it gets its eye catches it, it then can stay attached to it for a period of time. That's the equity market because it just wants to go higher. It's the way it is. Ultimately, when all of a sudden bonds start to matter, they matter, and they may only matter for a short period of time. So this morning, when I look at the bond market, if it starts to go down with any more velocity than it already has, watch to see what happens in equities. It may have an impact. It may not. Who knows? If it puts a blind eye up, I almost think that's going to be somewhat bullish for equities, and they start to run back up. But something to keep an eye on. Last thing. Last week, Pax and I talked about this, 59.49 to 59.67. Opening range for the year on the Globex session, RTH opening range. That's the range for the year. We went right back up there on a Friday afternoon. Gives nobody an opportunity to get short. It's funny. I did. I bought 2 puts. I told Pax about this, and we were laughing about it because it's just like, it's unbelievable. I bought the puts on the way up, so basically I'm probably barely in the money on them right now at this point. But nonetheless, this area is huge, and we weren't really able to trade it, Pharm. I mean, that's the whole problem with it, is that when you looked at, let me go back to this, in the ES, that area right here is is big because we're still negative on the year. The last thing to talk about is the Bollinger Band started to come back in now today. They were not coming in on Friday. Now we're starting to come back in. I find it really, really hard for me not to see the S&P pull back down to the 8-day moving average, which is 58.58. And on the 60-minute, actually, let me go to, actually, this is not the 60. This is the 60. I had a 240 up. On the 60-minute, I was looking and going back down to test these areas, right, and these lows right here, right around 56.66. And this Bollinger Band peak bottom is 58, roughly 40. Like 38 to 40. I look at this range and say it would surprise me that if bonds are going lower and we started to go down, this isn't the area we wouldn't target. To me, would be right here. This is the area I'm looking at. So basically 58.60 to 58.40 is where I think the market is headed, as long as we stay below 59.49 today. Overnight high is 59.48. That's a really good high from the way I look at it. It's unchanged for the year from the Globex session. I am bearish. I'm long a couple puts. On rallies today, I'll be adding to them. I won't get crazy. If we take out prior day's high, which is Friday's, I likely look to get flat. But today, another close below 59.49. My target's not that far, 58.60s to low 58.40s. That's what I've got.
Yeah, I think that's right. Friday was pretty tough. In late of the day, I mean, I didn't like the action and kind of the way that it felt. It just kind of felt frothy, but kind of weak at the same time. So I did the same. In the Discord, we bought some puts. Nothing, crazy in terms of size. And then, frankly, I just got completely and utterly lucky shorting ES because I have a compulsion to shorting a failed spike up and longing failed spike downs. And so we'll get into that on the 30 in a minute here and what that is, cover it again. And generally what I'll do is just see what evolves in that last hour of trading up till 5 p.m. and decide if I'm going to hold for any kind of a gap risk or anything like that. So I mean, I got kind of lucky that everything just went to hell on the downgrade. And I was like, guess I'll cover a few here. But other than that, you're right. It's been very, very difficult to get in on any kind of a meaningful short. And I had zero expectation of being able to hold that over the weekend. And had I been awake at low of week, I'm trying to jinx it by calling it low of week instead of low of night. I definitely would have had a long against that. So, but I agree that you talked about the ETH Open, the RTH Open, those spots up there, and we've since sort of failed back below this 59.35 spot. That's a high time frame spot for me. Call it 17 to 35. And so if we can't sustain a bid, above these 30s, drive through, Friday's high and find continuation, then I think some weakness could be on the table. That said, we haven't done a whole lot of damage to the weekly profiles. And so I'm going to just real quick, so we don't have too much time, I think I will pull up NQ and just point out a difference between NQ and ES. So one difference that I note about NQ versus ES, if you look at the NQ profile, it's very, very top heavy up here, and we've lost the meat of that distribution. And so I was expecting a little bit more weakness in NQ, perhaps relative to ES. And then if you flip back to ES and look at the difference of the weekly profile, a lot of the volume from last week is sort of in the middle of the range, right? And so we've lost that, but not meaningfully into the overnight low. So there's not really, at least as of here, some kind of major risk of liquidation of ES longs, I don't feel. If NQ is sort of holding firm and driving lower highs, lower lows away from 240s and through the overnight low, I think it's a different story, and I think ES follows suit. But as of now, ES doesn't look horrible, but I agree with your targets. You've got 60s right here, 58.60s. If we lose, let's basically call it the overnight low. I was using 84.5 to 58.90. And then we had some demand just above there that held for the overnight low. And so that sets up, a potential long and a look below and fail of the overnight low today, which we'll come back to in a couple of minutes. But any inability to get through these, call it 85 to 90, 58.85 to 58.90, is probably just going to continue to resolve back up towards 59.05 to 59.17. Take cracks at Friday's low, which was just under 25. So I mean, there's no damage done at all to me on the ES profile. NQ may be a little bit more of a threat. But that's kind of what I'm looking at, like for today, and then big picture. If we can drive below, this overnight low, find some continuation. I do have the 58.60. I'm doing 58.58 to 63 ish, and then 58.41 to 44 are the spots that I'm looking at. And I mean, keep in mind, for anything meaningful to change, you'd have to take out last week's low. You'd have to find continuation down through the bull gap, and like we're not really talking about that yet. And so, maybe that comes into play, tomorrow on the show. Maybe not. Right now, the order of business obviously is today.
Yeah, I mean, and first of all, people are asking questions about the volume profile charts. Anytime you guys want charts, NinjaTrader, put that link out there for that email for people to ask questions. They want to be able to get your volume profile charts. And of course, you can go and ask Pharm directly if you want anything from him as well through his Substack or through on X, because people are asking about your volume profile charts in chat. But yeah, Pharm, I mean, it's like, I agree with you. It's like, it's a modest pullback, and it's just the hardest part for me right now is that like the area I talked about all week last week, I was waiting to get short, and I basically put a couple feelers out there to get short, and they were immediately against me. Once we got into 59.49 to 67, I started buying puts, and again, I went home on Friday. It's like, and then all of a sudden I could see that the market's lower right after post market. Yes, puts have been up from then, and it's like they just don't even get you a chance to get in up there, because it's like you couldn't really put a big position on, and how much overnight weekend risk do you want? And it's like today you come in, they've done really, I'm actually surprised at how well equities have actually held up. I think the down 1% is almost misleading, because we closed on the high and then we had to move lower. So it's like, it really almost doesn't even feel like a 1% down day. It feels like a half of 1% down day, if that makes even any sense, because of what we saw post on the close. So it's like tricky, man. It's like you want to sell the rally, but it's like, man, I mean, talk to me about the levels up top, because I'm looking to try and add to shorts. I'm trying to get on a reasonable size position for me. What are you looking at if we start to bounce, like the areas where it's like today you feel like they kind of got a hold?
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, right? You'd like to add puts higher, but if we end up too much higher, then puts might not be any good. So, that's where I'm at. So it's like, you're like, oh, yay, they're cheaper now. And then a couple hours later, you're like, they're really cheap now. So yeah, it's one of those situations where like I would like to see sellers accomplish something and drive this lower to really want to meaningfully join them. Otherwise, I'm just going to find myself hedging with longs like all day against my short. But yeah, you mentioned 49, 48, whatever, 47 is just a huge spot. So that was Friday's initial balance high. We've got a clear low volume node there, both from Friday and then also from last week. So that overnight high is like, I mean, if we're sustaining above there, then you might get some cheap puts. We'll put it that way. You might get some really cheap puts if we sustain above there. And so, the first order of business is going to be, you've got, Friday's low, right? I'm using 25 to 27, 59.25, 59.27 for that. And so we've got another 30 minutes or so. We may open on yet another true gap, right? Below the low of Friday. We've just seen that it seems like a record number of times this year. And so the first order of business is, can buyers reclaim Friday's range or not? And if they can, then they can potentially start working back up towards this 59, 48 to 59.50 spot. And so that will be their goals. And, sellers are going to need to find continuation below this overnight low. And so, yeah, I mean, to me, like if we were to get like a look above and fail of this overnight high, I might consider adding into shorts. I think that's probably the safest play. And then see if we can get a rotation back down towards, Friday's low. That might be a decent short from here. But other than that, I'm like, I'm in prayer mode, right? Like, come on, sellers, defend Friday's low, and save these puts. At this point, it's like it's been in such a bullish trend, and until you see that damage done, until you really see buyers in trouble of liquidating, there's no risk. So even if you're trading ES, or if you've got SPX puts or ES puts or SPY puts or what have you, I would still watch NQ and see, if sellers can sort of hold it under these, 240s, and again, drive lower away from it. Imagine if you're holding a position and price keeps getting further and further away from your position. That's when you kind of puke it, right? So to me, that's when these NQ buyers might consider that puke. So I'd watch that even if you are trading ES. So real quick, I know we're about out of time. I'll mention, the spike. That's when the last 30-minute period of the day trades entirely outside of the range, the existing range of the day. So we make new high a day or new low a day in the last 30 minutes. And a lot of times that's a fade, and I'll take it the other way. So that's just why I just kind of ended up getting lucky in that position. So look below and fail the overnight low for a long, look above and fail the overnight high for a short. You can maybe try to defend these 25s to 27s as a short today. But to me, that's really what I'm looking for primarily. And so it looks like we've got an extra couple of minutes here today. So I'll go back to this 30 and talk a little bit more about this spike and compare that versus the 5-minute profile here. So I'm going to pull back down to the 5. So again, we had sort of a double distribution day on Friday. We have this volume here. We broke away from the IB high and ripped into these highs. We put in some fresh volume up here. We make new high a day. And I don't know if you were there, but we had a lot of people on X were calling for 6,000 on Friday as some kind of a gamma banana Vanna move. And so when that doesn't happen, when everybody's calling for the same thing and it doesn't, then, I kind of pay attention. It does feel like it got just a little bit weakish. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and sign off, and we'll be in the room. But yeah, I respond to pretty much all my Twitter replies. I mean, unless it's a troll. So if anybody has questions about volume profile or what have you, just hit me up.
Pharm, you're the best. I can't thank you enough coming in today. Again, set the tone for Monday. Nice to see that we're going to get some volatility. Thank you for the setups. I think, again, what's important, everybody, is know what your plan is. I mean, coming into a day like today on a Monday, we try to set the tone for the week. Even though there is some news, I do think it still might be a little bit of slow and choppiness like we saw of last week. So just stay patient, follow your plan. And as usual, Pharm, we will do this again Monday through Thursday from 8:30 to 9. Make sure you hit that like button for my boy Pharm, and go and sign up for that challenge that we got. And Pharm and I will be talking about that, hopefully preparing you guys for tomorrow to have a good challenge and have a good trading day today as well. So Pharm, you're the best. I will see you tomorrow.
We'll see you, Deli.
All right, everyone. It's about that time. It's Monday. So what does that mean for Mondays? It's time to trade the open with Tanja. Good morning, Tanja.
Good morning, Anthony. How are you doing?
I am doing great. Well, it's a Monday. We had some news Friday on the close. We got a slew of Fed speak. We've got no big data coming out today. I know you like your red folder data, even though it hasn't been doing much of anything at all lately, has it either? Right, Tanja? It's been kind of quiet on red folder data. But we did get some news, and hopefully it sparks some volatility. Take us through what you're seeing for today's trade.
Yeah, sure. Like, I agree with what you said about the red folder being kind of disappointing. I mean, we had CPI last week, not really much, but maybe now, like you said, that news with the downgrading of the debt. Well, I like to just start on the 4 hour, but maybe I'll look at the on a daily again today. Let's see. Yeah, we had a little swing high form there Friday. Do wonder did okay, ES was a lot stronger on Friday, had a stronger close there. NQ didn't take out that high. That's quite interesting. ES did. Now we're retracing back and looks like NQ already took out that Thursday low. ES is pretty far away from that still. But I would look for continuation most likely down lower. Here we are. This is the 4 hour low. But on NQ, we already reached that low. So we're already below it. So I mean, for NQ, I would like NQ to hold that area and go lower. Otherwise, if we kind of just if we spark up at the open, I mean, then we're just back in the range again. I'm not gonna love it. I haven't really been trading too much the past couple of weeks, and so haven't like some of my friends who trade similarly. Just because, consolidation and like you said, I mean, we had a gap, we had that news, so like you kind of already had to be in the position on Friday. Friday, I didn't even actually trade. I mean, I was putting in these wall panels. Well, I was having someone else put in the wall panels. I did not do any of it, but coming in flat today. Gonna see how that ends up going. So I'll see if ES continues lower, but it has been stronger recently. So I'd want to see that. Let's see here on the 15-minute. Let's see if there's any follow through. I mean, yeah, we had a London decent push down on NQ. We pushed down like 250 points or so, 280 points, something like 200 points. What was it? 290 to 110. Actually, it's like 170 points during this little push down. Well, let's see on ES. Same thing. We had a little expansion lower during London, and then the 15-minute. Now has been breaking some highs, making some new swing highs here. Do wonder if this London high, I'll mark that out to see if that's going to be any significant area if we either manipulate the high or if we respect this and continue lower. Then for ES, I mean, I would look for probably shorts down to there, down to here, 58.67. But that being said, I mean, we did like reasonably fill it in this area on ES, and it does seem like on the 15-minute we could be shifting back bullish. So I'm pretty neutral for the day. I do wonder what other people are voting there.
Let's
So yeah,
look
what are we
at
looking there?
that. 47% bearish, 34% bullish, 17% neutral.
Okay. Okay, seems like it's more bearish
A
then.
touch more bearish.
Yeah, okay. And you said you were bearish, right? Like, and you took home some puts, right?
Yeah, opening range for the year is always a trade for me. I take it no matter what, long or short. Anytime we go back to opening range for the year, which is 59.49 for the Globex, 59.67 for the RTH. I sound like Pax now spotting these levels out. It's pretty hilarious. I got him in my ear because he remembers every level. It's incredible. But that's the area that he and I have been talking about. And I bought a couple puts, and I texted him. I go, this is great. They're ready against me. And we were laughing. I said, I'm going to see how they close if I want to add. And then all of a sudden they broke right after the close. I'm like, well, there's just nothing to even do. Like we tested the area and came right off of it. And so it's positive or negative on the year. So it's something that he and I both look at. But what I wanted to ask you was, and I thought about you last week when I was looking at this, the divergence on the NASDAQ not making a new high and the S&P doing it. Did that come on your radar as we made a higher high on Friday in the S&P but not in NASI?
Yeah, it did. That's like that's something I definitely noted right away when I looked at the daily chart. Yeah, look how NASDAQ did not take out this high. That could potentially, yeah, that could be a start of a larger reversal. I mean, look how much stronger ES was there actually. That's kind of interesting on that day. right here. Yeah, let's see on the daily there. So that being said, with like ES being stronger there and ES still hovering above this 4-hour low, I'm definitely gonna make sure to see if, are we on ES, are we going to hold this and or are gonna start showing more strength? Then I'm not gonna love that, and I'm not gonna really count this as a potential reversal anymore. If ES is stronger than the NASDAQ today, because then that's more of like a rotational trade than a reversal. And then if it does show weakness, then that'll be good. I mean, it could go play catch up down to here, where Nasdaq's already below this level, down on this 4-hour chart. And I mean, yeah, it sounds good that you're in puts, but like I said, I mean, yeah, what seems to be happening a lot of times on these gap downs, like we seem to just be holding every time we sweep just like a minor sell side. You can see here, I probably marked this out like on the hourly. We swept this area. We came back into this 4-hour fair value gap, barely in a deep premium because of this leg, where we were traced from this leg on the way up. Yeah, we were traced down into this 4-hour FEG, but it was in a deep premium, and shows a lot of bullishness. And we swept this minor sell side there, but then we continued up higher on both NASDAQ and ES. So, like I want to see if today, do we actually have some continuation, or is that kind of it? I wouldn't really love it if that was kind of it, because then it's like, oh man, we just keep having one move and then a reversal and then another small move and a reversal back into the range. And it's like that gets really tiring for me quickly. So it's like this is what I was talking about NASDAQ here, right? Like this is just a 4-hour fair value gap, where up here, you'd think that we'd retrace some into this swing up somewhere. Like I like the 50%. I do would have liked it to hold the upper half, right? Or wick or coming down a little bit lower, but it just came down into an extreme premium and it got bought up from there, and every time. Same kind of thing here when this retracement here as well. And then we would keep having these swing legs up. Now, like maybe it's the start of a reversal. I don't really love that on the 4-hour though. We haven't really on this way down. It's not really a fast move down. We don't have any, swift moves down like we have on the way up. There's no displacements. There's no FEGs there. We already did, looks like we already did rebalance up to this close of this bar, this wick up. So it seems very just controlled. So yeah, I'm gonna see what happens at the open. Are people gonna get out of their puts? Are we gonna have a strong move to the upside? Then it's kind of like, all right, I'm gonna not be too bearish there. Because it just seems like we're retracing a little bit and then reversing again back to the upside. So I do like the move, that divergence. It's a potential play, but I don't really like that afterwards on the 4-hour, and we haven't really just have had any like strong displacements to the downside. And this is the hourly. Like so far we had a few on the hourly, but like I don't know. I'm not really totally loving it that on the 4-hour we're still kind of we're slowly grinding lower there. So I'll see what ends up happening at the open. I mean, I would love some more continuation to the downside. I thrive in more continuation plays than consolidation. But yeah, what do you think? Are you gonna try to stay in your puts, or like get rid of them if they're not looking too good?
Well, I've got 49 or 59 25s, and they're expiring on Friday. So for me, it's just a starter position too. I want to see what we do this morning. Again, just like you said, it's eerily quiet for a headline coming into a Monday. Like it just seems, again, it just feels like the bulls are still in control. My puts move modestly into my favor, because I'm trading ES puts, not SPY or SPX. And it's like I was able to monitor them overnight. And like I said, I'm waiting to find a place where I could actually see if this area is going to hold. Because again, I trade for multi-days, and it's like today is going to be important. If we start getting up to the overnight high, which I actually really like right now because it's right at the key level I'm watching at 59.49, 59.48 is the high. If it pushes above there, it's like, at that point, I'm probably just either going to keep the couple that I have or get flat. But if we fail to get above the overnight high and start to come back down, almost like Wicket, get back up there and then come back down, then I could see myself adding to it. And I'm looking for a bigger move. I think 58.60 to 58.40 is what I'm looking for by the end of the week. That's what I'm going to be looking for today. But you're right, it's eerily quiet for a Monday coming off of news with a lot of Fed speakers as well. But I'm going to let you get to trade the open live. And a couple of things I want to say. First, the setup looks awesome, Tanya. Love the setup. Looks great. Congrats on that. And the last thing is we have an arena challenge now. Maybe you'll show that link later throughout your morning if you'd like to.
I can show it.
Everyone, go to the pinned message. We've only got 1,500 spots. There it is. We've only got 1,500 spots. We've got an arena challenge that kicks off tomorrow. It's going to be a one-day challenge. So go check it out. We'll be giving away cash prizes along with hoodies. This is the start of us giving away merch on NinjaTrader Live, and this is the first arena challenge we're promoting through here. So everyone go and check it out. We'd love to see a lot of participation. And if things go really good, I think we're going to continue to have more and more of these. And so, we love to hear everyone's feedback and what they thought about it and all that. So that's what we've got coming into this week, and that'll be tomorrow for Merit. So sign up today, trade it tomorrow.
All right. Sounds cool, you guys.
All right, Tanya.
All right, you guys. Now I got my own segment going on here. Trade the open. We have 15 minutes until the open. Seems like chat's more bearish. I do like that last leg down that we just had here. We respected London high now. I'm watching here on the 15-minute. How are we gonna fare here in this 15-minute FEG? We're gonna break another, or it would be nice to break a 15-minute low of displacement. I do like, Deli was talking about that overnight high, and we want that to stay intact. I agree with that. I do like that overnight high came to rebalance that, area, that gap down where we closed here at 5 p.m. It's pretty good. We are making lower highs generally. But, on that kind of news, I would have expected more of us gapping down more, honestly. So we'll see if we have some nice plays at the open, maybe some more continuations. So I'll mark out any 15-minute continuation potential plays. We'll see if this ends up being like a 15-minute FEG here on the ES or NQ, and if it gets respected. But I wouldn't be surprised if we do kind of wick this low, maybe one of them take out the London high and then we go lower. Because we did have some expansion during London. Yeah, so I don't know how clean the New York Open will be, but we'll see. Hopefully now we're gonna start getting like cleaner price action, cleaner ranges. May has not been like such a clean month. I liked April better. So we'll see. Like I said, I haven't been trading too much. It took like last week, I took like, I don't know, 3 or 4 trades. I didn't trade on Friday. I took 1 trade on Monday. I took like 2 trades on Wednesday or Tuesday, on CPI, I think. So I think I literally took like 3, 4 trades. I don't know. But my point is dude, I'm not gonna be rushing to risk a lot of money unless I show more downside follow through. For NQ here. It's a bit weaker. I think we're down like 1.5% right now on NASDAQ. Let's see. So I want to see an ES fall through to the downside if we're going to be bearish. Yeah, we're down 1.5% on NASDAQ and like 1.1% on ES. I want to see how this 15-minute closes before the open. Are we gonna have a little fair value gap here on ES to maybe work with? But this is also kind of sus. I wouldn't really like to short right here because we kind of have these equal highs here. We have trend line liquidity here. We have London high we might manipulate too, and take out. It just seems kind of like some trend line liquidity. That we could take out this London high as well. So, I don't really draw trend lines often, but I just kind of visualize this as some potential trend line liquidity if we come up to this high. So yeah, I envision like not many people put stops here or anything or here. If someone's short, they're not going to try to, put their stop here. They'd probably put their stop like all the way up here or here. So this is a high I like. This is a high I also like to see, remain intact or us just sweep above it if we do go all the way up there. But let's see. How much have we moved so far today? From here to here. It's 300 points. Nasdaq typically moves like 450 points nowadays. So yeah, we have more room lower. Okay, but Nasdaq not making any 15-minute FEG said downside, and it's supposed to be kind of the weaker one. So don't really love. I think at the open we could have some kind of like surge up. We'll see. Like it might be people getting out of their short positions, or I don't know. I would hope that that's a manipulation. If so, I'm slightly bearish. I'm like neutral, slightly bearish. I want to see the reaction to the London high. If the reaction is quite like bullish and like really explosive above that, I'd be cautious and think that, yeah, we could get up to this high next. Let's see, because we have the gap down. Since ES didn't completely rebalance to here. So if ES shows, especially if ES shows strength, since it's stronger, maybe ES, I'd probably try to, if I'm going long, I'd probably go ES long to there. But we gotta see how we end up doing this. Let's see, 8 minutes into the open. It's a new week. Woo! Yeah, I got wooden panels here in the back. Funny story about this is I ordered these panels in like February. And then like 3 out of the 4 packages came and I had to wait a long time. The 4th package kept getting like canceled. I ordered it for a third time's the charm. And then it came in like end of April. But then my handyman, my building, he had like other repairs to do. So it wasn't on the top of his list to do this project, but finally did it on Friday. Yeah, so that was cool. I'm happy. It'll keep out better than I expected. So here we have, yeah, there's no 15-minute FEG on NASDAQ. On ES, it probably won't either. There's still 6 minutes left. So if ES gets up to like 513, there's definitely not anything I would look at straight off the open to short. I think that there's these equal highs, sus. Yeah, NASDAQ has this high here in a liquidity pool above it. London high, all this liquidity pool as well, the trend line liquidity. I would not just short off the open. Let's go to 4-hour again. Yeah, so NQ did get to this little low here. Staying below it for now, that 4-hour. ES has not gotten there yet. So yeah, that's my preference. My preference is to see more fall through to the downside. You know, this whole swing up, actually, let's measure the fib from there. About 6 minutes till it open. Yeah, we did retrace to 50% of now this leg. So yeah, my point is for NASDAQ nowadays, yeah, if we just sweep this, there's no continuation. We're just gonna come back up into this range again, and I'm not gonna love it. Like I could maybe then find a long somewhere, but I wouldn't go crazy going for this high because that could be a divergence that remains intact. Maybe it would reprice again to this close. But I don't know. Like I don't really love the price action recently. Let's see. Tomorrow also there's not really much news. We have news later in the week. We have like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. A lot of Fed speakers today. I don't love that. When's the next Fed speaker, you guys? Let's check. I think there was a couple already today. Yeah, we have one. Oh, well, actually right now at 8:45 we had one. Okay, then the next one's actually like 1:15 p.m., 1:30 p.m., and 2:45 p.m. Ugh. There's a period of time where like Fed speakers are not allowed to speak when it's like when they're having their meetings. That's my favorite part of the month. Like called I think it's called just like Fed blackout days or something like that. But now we got a lot of them speaking. Like Bostic is one that sometimes says something that moves the market, but that's later in the afternoon. So we'll see. Don't really love the 15-minute too much. A lot of barcode there. Equal high, like swing high here. Three minutes until the open. Got my electrolytes. Stay hydrated. I don't really love the wicks, all these wicks too. I don't really love the wicks on the hourly either. Kind of look at the hourly. Ends at 10. Doesn't really look like much continuation. A lot of wicking back and forth there. Nasdaq starting to look slightly stronger because of that. Look at that wick up here in the 15-minute. It didn't make that FEG. I mean, I don't really totally love this structure because we already kind of expanded during London. Okay. So basically, I'm looking at this London high. I'm looking to see if we sweep it, reverse, or are we going to displace above it? The close to the open is this. That's like your end dog. Let's see. Your new day opening gap. I might just reprice to that, but I'll just take note of that. You open in about 10 seconds. So we'll see how this ends up faring. Here's the open. Okay. NASDAQ near this 15-minute high. And ES, not at those equal highs yet, but likely going to. I'll go to NASDAQ on the 1. This is London high, right? Mm-hmm. It's quite the push at the open there. Definitely looking kind of wild on that hourly now with that wick on the downside. Pretty large push up there. It's like a 50.1 minute candle or something like that on NASDAQ. Yeah, 50.1 minute candle. We'll see. We'll see if this makes a first like presented FEG of the day. We're gonna have follow through, or are we just gonna be wicking both sides? Because I kind of just have the hourly open on a different screen, and I'm looking at this hourly candle. Don't particularly love it. On ES and NQ, also looking janky. We pause before London high. Let's see on the 5 here. Wiped out those equal highs from ES, which is why I said I wouldn't just like short at the open for ES or NQ, and we can see the like why. We'll see. How are we gonna react at that London high? Yeah, maybe ES is a stronger one and takes it out and NQ doesn't. I'd like definitely take that into consideration then. I don't really love the wicks we're getting on the hourly recently. We'll see how 10 a.m. closes if I'm not in a position by then, and then I'll think about how I'd like to enter then, because then especially I would not be chasing price. I would be waiting for deep retracements and entering there, because if I see they were wicking, I would rather enter at the wick, you know. The wick of a higher time frame. Yes, is approaching that London high. NQ lagging. I mean, it's kind of interesting. We had a 50-point move on NQ in the first minute, and we haven't really made a new high there. ES just took out London high. NQ lagging that regard. Yeah, not yet, but we could. So I want to see this reaction here. Especially the 15-minute on ES, which will end in 10 minutes though, but we'll see here. I prefer that 15-minute closes above that London high then if we're going to go bullish for ES. NQ struggling. See, like ES made a new high on the session yet. NQ not yet. So I'm just doing all these things to kind of note the day and to see. To note, like if I want to go short, then I'd want to short the weaker one. If I want to go long, I'd rather long the stronger one. ES is definitely on the stronger on the 4-hour as well. So all things I'm noting there. Kind of just wicked the London high so far on ES. The swing high during from 2 to 5. So a lot of people typically ask me like, how did you find that? Like, what did you use? I just go look at the swing between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. And that's here. ES definitely holding it that level, making a new high in the session. NQ just burst to it. Took out London high there. Repricing back to that new day opening gap soon. A pretty strong first 7 minutes of the day then. The hour is like starting to look better. Yeah, I don't mind it. Looking more bullish to me than bearish, especially on the hourly. So let's see if we have some continuation. I might end up longing ES to go reprice up to here. I like that ES held. Broke this high, repriced already. London high. I mean, yeah, I mean, I have to wait and see if I'll find an entry. Did not reprice here, but now it's definitely surging higher. Be good. It would be good if we have a nice strong close at the first 15 minute. And let me think. A nice strong hourly close. Because I mean, I still think that we can get to this level on ES 48. I'm going to be patient. I don't want to be chasing price. That's for certain. Like, look at the bottom of this hourly candles here. You have a 5 minute shift up higher. So like, what's the, I can draw the fib from here to there, a little high. I mean, you have a 5 minute FEG and 50% here. Be mindful of that, but since we did reprice here, we already price moved back and forth from this area already. So I think I'd see if it came back to this level. I'd wait for the reaction because it could come back down to here again. Otherwise. So let's see the 15 minute. Like maybe I'll make a 15 minute FEG. That'd be nice. I don't want to chase because this, even with all these wicks to the downside, just kind of look like high resistance move up higher. It's just like all these retracements, deep retracements. Because if you looked at this 5 minute shift here, like we made that swing high, then we retraced again into there. Remember when I was looking at that area, and I said, okay, it's not looking too bearish here because, you know, we're not breaking a 15 minute low, held this area. So I think it could be a high resistance move up higher. So then either I'd want to enter in a retracement on the 5, like a good one, or wait until a manipulation on the 1. See, could just end up going straight up and I don't get a trade in. That's happened plenty of times. See, it's 9:43. Definitely chugging along there. This came out like in a bullish FEG and a premium wick to that. Kept this open so far. This is the first presented FEG of the day, actually, is this. It'll be good to see if we hold this, if we do retrace to it before going up higher. I prefer if I get in longs, I'd long ES. Look how much stronger it is. Like, look how much further it is in that new day opening gap than NQ is. It hit the London high way earlier than NQ did. Strong on the 4-hour. This is the first 15-minute candle of the day is now made, and it looks very strong. I like it. I like that we closed above this. Now I'd be ready for a retracement back down into here. And I would not really consider that. I wouldn't consider this a potential reversal. I would not try to short because of this nice reaction at that London high, a nice 15-minute candle close. So I'm only going to be looking for longs in the short term. Likely on ES. So on ES, we have the 5-minute. I can like potentially look at this, what this fib looks like here. Yeah, my preference is to wait for some sort of manipulation. I mean, if we manipulate this low, then show some strength, I'd be fine with that too. Otherwise it could deeply retrace. I wouldn't be fazed by that if it were deeply retraced into like 61.8% there. We'll see what it gives me if it even does retrace. The first FEG of the day there. I just don't want to be chasing. I'll also note what happens from 9:50 to 10:10, but yeah, so far it looks pretty good for the bulls. Yeah. See if it ends up bringing another swing high with displacement. Or is it going to have the retracement we're looking for? Let's see. I really do. I prefer it to have a retracement. The thing is, if you're a retracement trader and it doesn't retrace, like, that's going to happen. It's breaking that high again. All right, let's see here. Broke that high again, new high of day, very strong, super strong push up there. It's what time is it? 9:48. Pretty large, pretty bullish FEG here on ES. It's like 4 points. Pretty good. So let's see. I don't need this anymore, really. I would look for it to go to there, like I said. Let's see what 950 macro does. We have a nice strong FEG there now. Could just be nice swift. It's been just swiftly moving up higher. That was like the largest candle other than the first candle of the day. But I'm like just eyeballing this. Is it this? If someone were to be longing here, it'd be risking like 7 or 6 to make 9 on ES. I'm just tape reading that. Staying true to my idea though, we're waiting for retracements. I don't really want, even if that ends up working out, I'll just note that for later. This is the 950 macro, so let's start tape reading from 950 to 1010. By 10, do you guys think that we'll take out that high? Yeah, I think it's totally possible. By 1010, I don't know. I'll think. We'll see what ends up happening here right now. We'll see if this is a nice strong wick. These down candles too. Otherwise, there might be some manipulation going on. We'll see. Might be running into some speed bumps. We'll see. We'll see. So far, it's been super strong morning. And Q certainly nice wick on both of them. So that tape read from entering there, stop there. We'll see if that ends up working out. Should be quickly, right? Especially if these are small candles on NQ, right? If it kind of hangs out in here a long time, it would be not ideal. 'Cause this morning has been pretty fast, right? Yes, still a stronger sister, you can see here. That's why I would prefer you long the stronger one. It's creeping back lower again. It's not looking that good. So far this morning, what do we have, you guys? We had just like a one-way directional move up. Not really any retracements. Not any retracements yet. I haven't taken a trade yet because, well, this would be longing and I just think that the RR is not worth it for the risk. I said I wanted either a trace on the 5 or 1 minute manipulation, and that just never occurred. But it could occur soon. We'll see. Because right now we're kind of consolidating near this high. This could be a failed like bull flag. We'll mark that same FEG out on NQ as well, right? There's 2 of them. This is the lower one on NQ. This whole blue box is the new day opening gap. So it's where we closed, where we opened here on Sunday. Closed on Friday, open on Sunday. I kind of deleted it on ES because I do think that, yeah, we had a nice strong close above London high now. I do think we could go for that next high here. The issue is like, am I going to find an entry? I don't really love this entry. Like the last leg up could have a manipulation. So That's why I haven't taken it. And even if I miss that, like let's say maybe ES takes the high and Q doesn't, then we have some shift. Maybe I'd take, maybe I'll find a short. I don't know. But right now it looks quite good on the hourly. We're watching it here when there are a lot of wicks. 15-minute had a strong close. But yeah, we didn't have any retracements, so I'm okay with waiting here. And Q coming down into this lower one. We'll see how this reaction is. If we wick this, that might be it, and then we'll start surging up higher. 20 seconds left in that. Certainly going back and forth a lot. ES made a new little high there, and Q didn't yet. So you can see that ES has been strongest. Definitely pretty slow the last 10 minutes or so, 7 minutes. Basically, remember when I was saying this morning I would not want to see ES be stronger? We are. So we're seeing more rotation than reversal. No, ideally it would give me some entry or manipulation or retracement here, but I mean it is from 950 to 1010 and we're still trudging up higher. No manipulations, just like straight up essentially. So I'll be ready if it does, but yeah, we are really close to that target now. It'd be cool if it did leave it intact though. See on the 5 on InQ. Yeah, we were tracing that lower FEG was also the 5-minute one. Just retracing a premium here for now. So from here where I was tape reading this, it's been 6 minutes. It's been only in profit here on ES. Be up like 4 or 5 points. Taking quite a long time. It's 10 o'clock right now. It's the 10 a.m. open. Pause right before that. So, I mean, we'll see if we end up taking out any low, any manipulations here. We have that hourly just closed really pretty strong, the previous hourly candle, right? Really strong. But we've been seeing deep retracements. If we don't hit this high, we could see a deep retracement before we do. We'll see. That's why I'm like I'm not chasing. Either that or I'll look for a divergence to go lower, but so far in the last, NQ hasn't been doing anything since like the last 10 minutes. Definitely consolidating there. Did retrace to here, which was good. Well, ES just took out this high. Nice, okay. Well, it took out their buy side target there. So that 950 macro would have ended up working for like a 1.5 R, risking about 6 to make 9. Good to note. NQ, we'll see if it ends up taking it out. So everybody that went home short, they're basically, you know, back break even. Okay, so that would have taken, I'm just journaling that. That would have taken 10 minutes and that would have worked out that nice like displacement from here, entering here, stop either the swing low or the bottom of here would have been like a 6 to 7 point to make 9. I do wonder if, ES took out that high. I wonder if NQ is going to do it. There might be a failure. We'll see. So the thing is, NQ did already reprice here. But I'll be watching it. If we don't do that, then I'm going to really look for a reversal. Let's say, let's say NQ leaves this high intact and we have some inversions and reversal, then I'd short NQ, not ES, because she's the weaker one. But so far we're hanging out up here looking really strong, so yeah. I just didn't get any reverse retracements on my long setups, so fine with not taking it. Mm-mm. Not crazy. ES is still holding very strong, you know? Do. How much did we move since the open here? We just took out all of, yeah, we took obviously all of it, London downside, and yeah, we took out all that entire move down. So definitely this market is no continuation to the downside there. Okay, let's see here. From here, 202, like a 200-point move. Boom, that burst through that high there on NQ. Pretty crazy. What was that, like a 50-point move? Congrats to the bulls, you guys. Most of the chat was bearish today, but congrats if you're a bull and you were looking for longs. And you did find a long. I couldn't find one. Because we basically went straight up, and I'm looking for retracements, so. La la la, let's see here. There's certainly no point in trying to fade that. Look how we keep being super strong. Look on the daily. Did we go to a daily FEG, by the way? No. No. Just on the NQ, we retraced to that 4-hour. Yes. Nice push up. 4-hour sell side on NQ. And we were back in the range. Pretty crazy. Every single like 1 minute swing low has been respected. Every swing high is Swing highs have been taken out with fair value gaps here and there and here again. That's the third one up. This is Friday's high. Pretty insane price action. Um, see on the 2 and the 3 here. This is a swing high, swing on the 5. I mean, I don't see why not. We're not going to go back up to Friday's highs because ES was the stronger one. Um, there's no like reversals or closing strongly above levels. So I'll be watching that some next, I suppose. We'll see if I find an entry, but yeah. See how we react back if we retest this level. Or people that were short might be mitigating their positions and flipping long. We'll see. Like so far, you've just been shown low resistance liquidity movement back on the way up. NQ back at that level now. Yes, stronger, so it's further away from it. I'm cognizant of the fact that this is the 5-minute here. So let's see, this is the last swing on the 5. There's a lower FEG here. We'll see NQ. Has not been retracing, like we've been only retracing a tiny bit. It's a nice wick there. Might retrace into this one too, so. Let's think about this. We're at 10:14. This 15-minute candle is about to close. It's kind of wicking this. Okay, just closed above it. You might be getting that same type of vibe as here. This is just a swing high I'm measuring here on ES. I might end up finding something. NQ new high of day there. Okay. Nice closure above. I mean, I might end up finding a long. Just because everything's been low resistance run. I don't see why we bounced nicely here. Swing high again. The fact is, though, it's just crazy. I don't know. It's just super hard to find an entry. All right. I mean, I think that that's a pretty good RR on ES now. We'll see if I find an entry, but like even if you entered here, stop here, take profit here. It's a pretty good entry. It's a pretty good RR. I'm gonna be patient on this one. Okay. I have to be entering it soon. Okay, I just entered ES. The RR is really good. We've been strong. We've been holding every swing low. That created a new swing high. So far, only have been in drawdown for like half a point or so. I feel okay with entering immediately in this little pullback. So just gotta make sure I have my stop incorrect. Okay. So if 3 PD raise failed here, it would be like fair value gap, order block, and swing low. So that's why I'm okay with putting my stop here. We've been low resistance liquidity run this whole time. I've been watching us break strongly above levels, retest them, break strongly again. So it's time to try to ride the wave here. Risking like 8 to make. Am I risking 8 to make 16? Nice 2R if it works. So far, it's been consolidating that upper fair value gap there near the highs of the day. Looks good. I've not been in any drawdown yet. So yeah, let's see. Small body candles precede large ones, as we've seen like here, small body candles, and then like the next move up. So there could be some like similar price action as there. So I wouldn't be phased if it were. Also, I wouldn't be phased even if I got stopped out. I'm happy with this risk. This RR following the trend, and what was the other thing? Yeah, then I just reassess after 1050. Let's see, we're in this trade now for like about 2 minutes. Definitely consolidating in the upper half of near the highs of the day. Small body candles precede large ones, so let's see another push up. I mean, we'll see. Would be nice. This hourly looks strong. I wouldn't see why not to continue. If NQ hits this before ES does, then I'd probably take some profit off the table. But yeah, ES has been the strongest one this whole time, so that's why I'm entering ES. Like you see, NQ retested that buy side. ES didn't, and it's held. Just hit that London high earlier, et cetera, et cetera. Tracing a bit more here now. Let's see. See if it keeps up on this lower one. Be good if it does. Kept within it, just good. Wicked it. Now we're back up again. It's about like a minute and a half of drawdown so far. Like I said, I'm okay if we end up doing something like this. Kind of like looking at the 60-minute on another screen. Holding up, I'm in slight drawdown. Definitely a bit different than from what I priced read down here, because that would have been only in profit. Here I'm in slight drawdown. I'm okay with that. I was entering in a large premium. Here we're just retracing into 50% of this range right now, holding this up. I'm okay with entering here because it's still 2 to 1 R. See, we need to see a nice move push back up to break even soon if I'm going to be right. I don't want us to consolidate in this area for too long. I can keep retesting that level again. This is the last line in the sand, essentially. It would be kind of disappointing if I get stopped, not gonna lie. It would be kind of shitty. Let's see. Don't like that close. Really close to that getting it stopped out. Boo, honestly, that's disappointing. Yeah. Oh well. Oh well, let's see if we find something else here. Maybe maybe that's like a manipulation. I'm not looking for a reversal right now. See here on the hourly, we're looking super strong there. Now we're here. We're at 26th minute in this hourly candle. Retrace to here. Have to think fast here. Put on the 3-minute on NQ here. 15-minute. NQ these are smooth highs, which is why I would be okay with continuing the long there, but oh well. Let's see here if I find anything else. Honestly, that's disappointing. I was kind of trigger shy here this whole time, and then I entered here. And clearly, that was the end of that trend. So let's see. That's still fine. We just retested that buy side on ES. Retraced on the 5-minute. I'll be watching if there's another long play to try. Here now we completely rebalance that. The 15, I think that was a 15-minute. Rebalance. Okay. I'll retry if I see another 1-minute shift. That might have been the manipulation I've been waiting for. We'll see. We'll see. Gotta find a good RR play, so it has to confirm again. So I want to see at least invert this and take out these two highs. Make another swing high and then take it out on the 1. Right now it's falling bearish order flow. And it shifted on the 1. Continuing lower. So if we break this again, then it's looking like it might be shifting bearish. But right now we're holding this level on ES. Let me go back. I forgot where it went. I got rid of this on. Okay. Yeah, NQ's buy side. It's here. If we break this again, then maybe I'll try shorts. Otherwise, I'm looking for market structure shifts back up to try longs again. I'm just gonna put these lines at the last swing high. See how we fare. Going kind of slow. I want to see us like if we're gonna go bullish again, I want to see a displacement above this. Let's see. Waiting for that displacement up here now. Nice. See how that closes. Looking good on ES. All right. I'm trying that again on ES here because the RR is good and it got our displacements. I'm looking at the 30-second there, and that's why I'm okay with entering there. I don't want to miss it because I've been seeing a lot of times that we just continue displacing to the upside on the one. We kind of retested this here too. So second time's a charm. We'll see if this ends up working. And then if it doesn't, then it just means like now I'm kind of wrong on the longs. I do like it. I like the 4 hour looking good. I like this RR risking like 10 to make 20. Here I'm already in profit, which is good. I want to see it. This is a nice closure here. I mean, I want to see just continuation higher here. Not a lot of back and forth. But we'll see. I mean, the 4 hour looks good still. So that's what I'm looking at also. You know, if you look at the 4 hour, Looks very bullish. Looks like we could take that out. Just gotta make sure I'm, yeah. Okay. Hourly still looking good. Yeah, I just got a little stopped out there. I'm not really worried about that. If this works out, I'll make up for it and more. You have 2 lower 1-minute FEGs for if it does retrace to this, I won't be worried because I just did enter in, again, kind of like a premium. But this is after manipulation, so I feel like okay with taking that long because I feel as though a lot of times, sometimes, you have this inversion here. This could just not retrace on the one then, especially we kind of rebalance this high. I don't want to miss the upside move there. So if it gets to new high of day, it would be pretty good too. Be like, that's where the 1R is. That's where I'd be back. Break even on the day over here. But I'm looking for Friday's high. I mean, NQ's looking like smooth highs there. We have SMT at the lows on the 4-hour now. We don't have any continuation lower. We broke. That was a nice little I like this, the retest here. And then we had the 1-minute breakup higher. So that's my reasoning behind this trade. This could take a little while to play out. Could take a little longer because I am looking for like a large move to the upside, but I would think that to new high of day, it should probably take like 10 minutes or so. But I'm in this trade since like this candle or so. 10:37, I think. 10:30. Oh. So far, I'm pretty good in this trade. Like been in slight profit or just break even. So looks like might be heading in my direction. I also like that this 1-minute completely rebalance this FEG here. It came all the way down to the bottom of it here when we had that manipulation. That's why I kind of like it. That's an intermediate term low. So that's why the stop's there too. I mean, I'm probably gonna move the stop up after we break more highs with FEGs, and then we'll proceed from there. I like ES. It definitely is closer to its high today, and it has these displacements while NQ where it broke this high didn't. Maybe it did on the 32nd or so, but anyway, so far I do like my entry. I like that I entered on the 32nd because we didn't retrace on the 1-minute again. So far in small profit. Risking 10 to make 21. Yeah, 4 hour looks good. The hourly looks good, so. New hive days here. I would like us to, I don't want us to really wick it. Be nice if we had nice power through it. See how it goes. So far, only in profit in this trade, which is good. The trade for about 5 minutes. I would want this to play out by like 11:10 or so. So we'll see. It's retracing now. I prefer us to see like new swing highs get broken on the one with displacements, then I could move my stop up, but not yet. Hasn't happened yet. Back to break even. We're tracing now into that 1 minute. Okay. I would need this swing high to get broken soon. Back to break even. I'm pretty chilling on this trade though. The hourly still looks good. That's why. We just retraced into a 1 minute FEG. Still looks good. The thing I'm watching out for though is, this could potentially be making like an intermediate term high here would be annoying. Just why I want this to get broken than this, like soon. Tape reading this, the downside, sure. Like I would like this to not stay intact, otherwise I might be in trouble. I don't want this to like get any respected. NQ not even forming really so I want to see this close above this, close above this. Nice, looking nice so far. 30 seconds left, so it'd be good to start seeing more strength here. I do wonder from here, the swing low to the swing high. Was that 50%? Almost. It did not retrace 50%. Okay. I don't like that close. I wouldn't like it if this swing low gets broken for displacement, then I could be in trouble. It'd be annoying if like the 1050 macro decides to take me out there. I would think that it's to the upside, which is why I'm in this trade. Yeah. How long am I in this trade for now? Like 10 minutes? Yeah, about to be 9 minutes. Down like 0.2 R. A lot of consolidation here. Okay, at least it didn't displace there. We'll see. Actually, there's 11 seconds left. NQ really zigzaggy. Okay. I'm okay with this. Back at break even. That's fine. I did buy in like an extreme in the premium of that leg. So let's see. Let's see, you guys. I deleted this one, but I want this in here too. It's like order block, fair value gap. If this gets ran through, I mean, if this gets respected, I could be. It just means I'm wrong on this trade, and we're gonna, you know, that just means I'm wrong on the direction there for the time being. Bum, bum, bum. Down 0.4 R, so 0.3. I don't like NQ there. I don't like that we're displacing again below low. That closure, I might end up closing this trade earlier. We'll see. I don't like that trade at all. Not gonna lie. Yeah, it's probably that I'm way too late on the longs. See, it's 10:49. The only thing I can potentially see happening is, NQ sweeping that low out, making an SMT, and ES not taking out that low, and then I'm still in the trade. But yeah, it was looking good at the beginning, you guys. Let's see. Don't really like that like we just no respect of these these FEGs there. We broke this low here. So we respected this one. I mean, NQ could come back down and respect that and take this out. I'm not really loving it. We'll see how we end up doing here. But so far it's kind of just, if we don't respect this and we go to the upside, it's kind of just like I'm stuck in a consolidation at the moment. Came really close to my stop, like a point. This is like this was the last line in the sand here, I think. It's like this is midpoint of that wick. We'll see. I don't like that wick to the upside. It would have been better if it was a nice closure above. So let's see, it's 1051, down like 0.23 R right now, 3 points. So unless we start breaking above swing highs again, it's not looking good. It's just going to consolidate or go lower again, especially NQ maybe might want to take out that low here. I'll monitor NQ to see if it's still wicking this. We're kind of just staying around. I might take off this for a break even. I don't know. Still in the trade, which is crazy. Not an easy trade. Not an easy day. Again, this is the next swing high now. I mean, I need to see us to start move up higher. Otherwise, it's what is it? It's 1053 right now. Maybe the 1050 macro will start to the upside, but NQ inverted. It took a while to do so though. It just looks like kind of back and forth here. I don't like it. I don't like this anymore. We're not having any more power to the upside. Definitely moving my stop up to this now. I'm debating whether to take this off now because honestly, don't like it. It's just a lot back and forth. I don't want to be in a consolidation. We'll see how it holds. Does it hold the upper half of this? Not really. There's been no continued bullishness, you guys. I'm gonna give it like literally like two more minutes. Otherwise, I'm probably gonna take it off for negative like point whatever it is, whatever it's gonna be. I don't know what it's gonna be, but it's probably gonna be break even. We're close to it. Literally, unless we displace above this in like the next 30 seconds or so, or if this doesn't close up higher, I'm probably gonna take it off because it's not worth it. So the next minute, after this minute close, because I don't, yeah, this is a swing high. I want to see how this goes. What's this? It's 1055 candle. It closed in the upper half of it. I don't know. It's just a weird doji. I don't like it. Probably gonna end up closing this now. Just too much back and forth. Here, you guys, I'm gonna close this for negative 0.35 R because I risked 10. I took closed it for like negative 0.375 points or so. We're just not going anymore. I wanted more upside to like this Friday's high because it does look pretty good, but I mean, I was too late here on joining the longs, it seems like. Yeah, this was the long I should have taken here. And I was too trigger shy, or like I wanted to see more manipulation here. And then when I entered here, we manipulated this, I waited, I re-entered, and then we really went nowhere. So, oh well. And I don't really like the fact that, I mean, ES completely filled this here. NQ didn't though, and NQ is weaker. And here we made like an equal low. So I'm going to take that opportunity to get out because we haven't had more fall through to the upside. It would be different if we ended up breaking swing highs again, but we didn't. So, oh well, the hourly is just staying in the upper, and it's wicking like this.
Tanya, we are in the house with Stowe also.
Hey, Tanya, morning.
Hey, Sto, how are you?
All good. Doing good.
Awesome.
I was late too.
No, I was too late. Yeah. Oh well. I mean, I wanted some. I had a feeling we were gonna go up higher, but here we just had no retracements for me. And then we did, and then it's just kind of been a little back and forth. But I feel okay. I do think that maybe later on we'll take out that Friday high.
Yeah. Well, I'm perpetually haunted by this. Any 420 level in NQ just gets to be a sticky place that I hate trading at, and that's what's happening today too. Again,
Oh, that's hilarious.
it's
That's actually
very
kind of
goofy.
funny. That's funny because I have that line marked out here. Um,
There's a lot of people that live on that 420 line.
That's why I'm haunted by it. I made one joke about how dumb that was like 2 years ago, and now NQ has chosen to taunt me every time we get back to that level.
Yeah, and yeah, it looks like we're creeping back down lower towards these like intermediate swing lows. I'm pretty happy just like cutting off my long here because we had no more power here. It looks like we ran out of some juice. We had a lot of swings up, so makes sense. And I'm kind of just happy with that decision right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a good call.
Yeah. Oh well. But I mean it doesn't we're not really holding any downside continuation. So we're back in the range now. I'm not really bearish, but like, yeah, I guess I think I need to pick some better spots to be bullish at. So it's interesting here how like that news from Friday could not hold us lower. Everyone that went short at Friday's close or something, they're pretty much break even now.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Not only Friday though, I mean, we have, of course, we have continued drama with the budget, Capitol Hill. I mean, and we've still got a 50 handle move up on the initial balance in the S&P. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's so weird. I don't know. This is another story that I've seen too many times and gotten wrecked on. Seeing this big overnight sell and then, looking for continuation. But that opening drive was relentless. And yeah, I've been trying to get in this whole time. I'm just scratching out, trying to get to this previous week high, but maybe this is the one. I don't know. Maybe we can get some profit taking Europe close, pull back to one of these better nodes, better entries. Just like you said, we have kind of this is interesting because we use different candle types, but we have the same, these swing lows are very sus to me. This hasn't been run at all yet. So my stop is in a precarious place.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's interesting how when I'll have those swing lows marked out like that, and yeah, it often does line up with the volume profile that I see you have up on there.
Yep.
Like, I don't really use the volume profile, but it's just like, yeah, that's like basically the theory behind it. It's like, oh yeah, we haven't rebalanced, price hasn't rebalanced there, so there's not much there wasn't a lot of opportunity for orders to get filled there. So then there's less volume there, and it's potential that will reprice to there. Oh, okay. So you're in long also. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Cool. I ended up, I ended up just taking that off because it needed to move quicker for me, like personally,
No,
and
I'm not stoked on it.
Hey, you're up,
So-
you're up on it for now. It's a good
Yeah.
spot to get long at too.
So Tanya, before we pass the baton, I do want to remind everybody, important message. We have the Arena Challenge tomorrow, and we'll get a link in the chat. Encourage everybody to participate. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's in the sim mode. There'll be real prizes. There's going to be cash prizes and swag prizes and all sorts of stuff. It'll be a 1-day challenge, and I've even decided to dip my toe in the waters here. I'm gonna be a challenger also. So
Oh yes, I'm stoked for that, Jim.
Wow.
If you can't beat me, that means you're not spending enough time with Tanya and Stowe. So no, it'll be a lot of fun. And again, it's 1 day, and there's prizes, and there's also we'll be talking about it all day tomorrow, and it'll be nothing but fun. So if you get a chance, you have the time, Arena Challenge link is in the chat. Let's get busy, man.
Jim, is first place still a weekend pool party at your house? Is that I know they were working on the prizes.
If you come in the bottom 10, then you can come over and we'll like drown our sours. We'll have fun.
That's cool.
Anyway, all right. Thanks for everything, Tanya. Appreciate you this morning. Great session, and we look forward to talking to you tomorrow.
All right. See you tomorrow. Ciao.
Good to see you, Tanya.
Ciao.
All right. And we have Order Flow Labs in the house. The Lieb is
Jim.
here today. The Lieb, good to see you, man. A pillar of the NinjaTrader live legacy community. Appreciate seeing you here. The Lieb is in the chat.
That's cool.
Oh man.
How's
Anyway,
your Monday going?
it's going good.
Good.
It's going good. So Sunday I taper, right? So Friday night, Saturday, hit it hard. Sunday, taper totally. We did a nice 5-mile walk on Folly Beach on Sunday.
That sounds nice.
Yeah, it was nice. The people were out. The sun was out. We had some dolphins swim by. It was cool.
You really live in a little paradise down there. My word.
Yeah. Yeah,
Man, it was
seagulls,
so
you
cold
name it.
when I ran this morning. I had to put a hoodie on, Jim.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Okay. I did a little running this morning too, but I was up early. What time did you do it? I was 5:30 this morning.
6:30.
Okay. It's still early.
Yeah. It's early. Got to get it in though.
Yeah.
I
Well,
felt good about today. My times are getting a little better. I had to take a bunch of time off in the beginning of the year because I got hurt. But so getting back in form has been a journey. But I was stoked on my time. I was like, ooh, I got a little faster today. So that's good.
Yeah,
Good.
that's
Not bad
awesome.
for an old man.
No, believe me. You got a long way to go, brother.
But let's talk
Anyway.
about that challenge. So you're going to trade too.
I'm gonna do it. In between my streaming duties as they are. We'll be throwing some trades in for sure, and
Okay.
I'll share them. I'll talk about them. It's there'll be no secret here, but I'm kind of old school though. I'm not gonna Anthony talked about this morning. I'm not gonna YOLO it, right? You always get
Nope. Yep.
You always get one person that's like, I'm gonna max out on my leverage and hope that we slap another 200% tariff on China.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm going to trade
So-
it too. I'm also going to be in the challenge. Yeah, I'm excited. So I have an idea for you. You can think about it while you listen to the show or whatever. So I'm going to be on twice tomorrow. So I got to do the challenge. What if you and I have like a bit of a mayor's bet here? You know how baseball teams, when they play each other, like Boston versus New York, if Boston loses, they got to ship, what's Boston have? Clam chowder? I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jim versus Stowe. If I win, you have to send me some sort of Charleston thing, whatever that might be. And then if
Okay.
I lose, I have to send you some sort of Pittsburgh thing.
All right. I'm up for the challenge, man.
Okay. All right.
I'm up for the challenge. I got to think about, because usually when I send gifts, the best gift ever is a Lou Malnati's pizza from Chicago. But
Ooh,
that's not
okay.
a Charleston thing.
Yep.
So I'll have to. Don't worry, Mrs. Keggs will find the best Southern, Charleston thing for you.
I got to figure out how to ship a sandwich with fries. I don't know if it's going to hold up. Might have to think of a different Pittsburgh thing. We don't have much.
Oh my God. All right.
Cool.
All right.
All right, Jim.
I'm game. All right. So that's a bet, man. I'm on it.
That's a bet. All right. Bet's on.
All right. All right. All right, man. Well, good luck today. And so I like your trade. I like what you got going on here. And good luck. I'll be taking notes behind the scenes.
Awesome. Thank you, brother.
All right. See ya.
Joseph, good idea. That's awesome. Okay. Good morning, chat. How's it going? Everybody doing good? This is a pretty aggressive move, and we're just kind of building volume up here, just chilling. That's funny. So all I've really done this morning is just try to get in, and it hasn't really been going great. I did try one short in here. I'm just basically been half size. I like that this single print is holding. This is now a confirmed single print, but it's just a little guy. So I don't know. I kind of plan to get stopped here and have to get back in. It might be happening now. But this trade we're in here, I got stopped here and got back in, scale. Now we're looking to get stopped here. Maybe. I don't know. It would be pretty wild if that held 3 times. But you never know. But yeah, we'll let this cook, and we'll come back and talk about it in a second. Let's go over the day, the morning as we see it so far. First thing we do, scroll on back. I lost this. All right, we're going to have to manually find my 30-second opening range has been deleted for, I don't know why that happens sometimes, but all right, but we'll find it right here. Okay, so here is 3 a.m. So our European Open is going to be right here. We had a really aggressive gap down. Obviously, let's go over that. So on Friday, the U.S. credit got downgraded. Just like in your own life, if you miss a payment, your credit rating goes down. You should never do that because your credit rating is very important. And, the people that are in charge of monitoring, nations' creditworthiness decided to, take an A off of America's, which is, it is what it is. So that was a pretty big sell-off after the close on Friday. And then our Globex opened with a big gap down. They did eventually go back and retest Friday's range and then sold off pretty hard. Sold off all night. Then we got into European opening range, and this spot, I guess we can just call it like 200s. This would be a good pivot for that. It stayed underneath of that for the whole night, rest of the night. Didn't get too much aggressiveness beyond that. And then, but this is what we look for. So in RTH, when we're gapping down, you got to watch the opening drive. If the opening drive is relentless towards that gap, you have to have your head on a swivel for a gap fill. That doesn't mean just go long and wait for the gap to fill. It does not mean that. You still have to manage your risk. You still have to do, appropriate entries and make sure that you're getting in the right spots. But when we opened right here, it was just straight up, pull back for a second, and then it just got immediately into our trendy grind environment, staying in the VWAP band, chilling. So, and the gap was eventually filled. I think the gap was, where's previous day high? All my MGI's all messed up. Either way, the gap was eventually filled. And now we're consolidating up here. So I'm just trying to get long, stay long. If this is going to be a trend day, if price is looking higher, don't have any news coming up. We got a Fed speaker at 1:15, but yeah, we don't have anything immediately that's going to get in the way. So just going to try to get long and stay long. So that's what I'm doing here. Got long, stopped. I did try this short here. This is since reset. The delta volume profile is since reset, but there was a ton of absorption here. And sometimes when you get these big aggressive moves, it will pull back and then reject this this piece of volume that it had built up here. That's happened to me in XY on stream several times. If you go back and rewatch those, and that's the sign of a trend ending. So that's where I tried this short here and then got stopped out. This was, I think, only one lot because I, not great at shorting, as I've mentioned lots. But yeah, so now we're just chilling. We can't get back inside the +1 standard deviation band, so that also tells me that the trend is, cooling off. But we haven't gotten back down to touch VWAP at all yet. So that tells me the trend is still pretty strong. I mean, 24-hour VWAP is all the way down there. That hasn't been touched except once at 9:32. And this was a tricky day, like Tanya said, to get on. I don't advise trading in the first 15 minutes of the day. I just don't think that it's a positive EV thing. It's definitely not for me, but I challenge anybody to, point their stats to me that that's their key time to trade. So 9:45 Eastern is here. So at that point, you've already missed 110 points of the move. There were some good re-entry spots here. I didn't take them on this account though, so they're not here. But yeah, by the time I got fired up, this is what we're looking at. And the way I play this volume profile is, if so, we pushed out, opened right here, pushed up, build higher. This is build volume and push. This is build volume and push. And now we're building this big volume node up here. So I'm just trying to stay long at the bottom of it to go with the, the trend of the day. And yeah, that's what this trade's doing. BMN 19, no, that's not what Tanya did. She managed those trades just fine. Those were not FOMO longs. I mean, there is no such thing as you can miss the move and grab another move. There's many opportunities to get into a trade with whatever execution tools you want to use. I don't know. This isn't a FOMO long at 392. I'm up 33 points, but that is, 200 and some points from the open, where some would say the good long was. But if there's not an opportunity to get long there, you can't get long. Price is consolidating here. This is our opportunity to see if it's going to continue or if it's going to rotate back down. Good morning, Jose. I'm psyched for Jim's bet. That's going to be cool. I'm probably going to lose. I have a feeling that Jim is a killer. But I'm going to trade it exactly like I would trade it. If you want more information on the challenge, it's pinned in the chat here. The 1-day arena challenge starts tomorrow. And since I'm doing 2 shows on Tuesday, I figure that would be a good opportunity. I got to make sure not to blow up on the morning show so I can still be trading it in the afternoon. Is NQ lagging today, Omni? I didn't really look at ES. Is it really that behind? Good morning, Leo. Leo's short. Yeah, this is not bad. It's not a bad short up here. Good morning, Philip. Elijah Jones asks, is a single print different than imbalance? I don't know. I don't know what you mean. So a single print is an auction market theory concept that it's about. So price only traded in this little blue box, and it's quite small. Price only traded in this little blue box during one 30-minute period. And so that creates a single print. And we use that as, with other context clues to decide if, if trend is going to continue or, and so I don't want to be short if we're making long single prints, and I don't want to be long if we're making, short single prints. Norseman, I'm really trying to make them send it higher. I don't really have any control over that. The only thing I can say is I'm never gonna long again, and maybe maybe the market will hear that and keep going higher. We took out the overnight high, so that's a check mark. We'll do that. Nice to see an IB break. Check that box too. While we're at it. Mark says a Pittsburgh thing, abandoned steel mill. That's rude. It's quite rude. But you're not wrong. Most of those things have been turned into like hipster food courts and microbreweries now. Dynamite 801. My band deviations are, so this is the RTH VWAP, and this is +1 here, +2, -1, -2, and then this green line is the VWAP itself. And I have that set to just to be the New York session. Ooh, Khan's on my side today. That's cool. Good morning, buddy. Good morning. Yeah, Trader Kyle. Yeah, I assume you're referencing me not trading in the first 15 minutes. Yeah, it's not a big deal to wait, the first 30 minutes too. Let that thing develop and then see where you're at. It's honestly, I think XY trades like that because it's extremely early in the morning when where he's at to wake up and trade the open, and he wakes up after the IB set sometimes, and then he's still able to find a trade. So, yep. I just think the first 15 minutes is like you don't have a clue what's going on necessarily. You don't have much information at all. It's like that analogy I had the other day. It's like the market is, you start in a completely pitch black room and it slowly turns the lights on all day. And by the time you get to the end of the day, the lights are on and you get to see, what actually happened. But it's still pitch black for the first 15 minutes for me. I also wear glasses, so maybe that's part of it. Retail graveyard. I like that. Coin spec. Yes. Yep. Blue is positive delta. Red is negative delta. If I zoom in on it there, that kind of blows up the numbers for you so you can see a little more. And I've got this on a 9-tick compression just so it shows up a little better on the stream. But yep. Yeah, I don't know. I feel good about it. We're messing around up here at this 420 level, which is, you know, a sticky spot and is annoying, but I don't know. It's 11:22, so Europe's gonna do its closing wiggles now. You know, at the highs. There's a seller up here for sure. I can see what Leo's leaning on, but he keeps getting eaten up though. So it's just a lot of two-way up here. Yeah, we got ADR for the last 10 days is 265. We're at a 260 range now. So realistically, I don't know how much more to expect out of this move, unless it's going to the proper trend, but it's definitely slowed down because we can't get back into this. We can't get back into this +1. And we're just building this profile now. So I don't know. Neutral on the short term, long on the medium term. Yeah, but I'm still good holding this. I like having 2 lots here. Wait for that. Shoot for this IB break. That's a good stat to target. We'll see what Europe wants to do into its close. Yeah, rogue shots. I agree. Tanya was super calm and patient. Yeah, I don't normally comment on negative things in the chat because that's silly. But yeah, there was no reason to question that. And also, I mean, Tanya and I trade in 2 completely different ways, but I have the utmost respect for any person that is willing to be on stream and take trades live in front of people. So, and yeah, I thought she traded great, and I'm in the same exact trade. So, one girl trader, what volume profile indicator am I using? This is Order Flow Labs volume profile. It's part of the suite of tools you can get for NinjaTrader from Order Flow Labs. Yeah, Weston, I don't know that. Yeah, there should be some. I mean, there's definitely some stops down here, but this buyer is quite happy. This 380 buyer. And the other thing I was looking at today, I know that I mentioned it at least 9,000 times, but this 330 spot has haunted me. And you can see it's yet again, we come back to it. It's another point of interest, and it was a decent sized resistance spot this morning, but then quickly became support. Yeah. 330 to 320. That's that little zone. And I mean, it even got, if you look at the overnight, it was even a spot there too. Like, it initially was a big long, and then it came back down in here and then consolidated again and then pushed off. So like, I don't know. Sometimes these prices just show up and they become pivots and you don't know why. But it's why it's good to watch the market. So you can have those rattling around in your head when you're trading. When you come back up to those prices, you're like, oh yeah, this 330 guy, I hate this spot. It's a sticky mess. And then you can watch the reaction off of it and see if that player's still there. You know, if a bunch of volume is going to come into that spot or not. Yuxel, I just like volume bars. I just like them. It's so if there's a lot of volume coming in, the bars are going to move extremely quickly because it's only 750 total volume in each bar. So if heavy volume comes in, that's going to be very fast bar movement. when volume slows down, the bars slow down also. With time-based candles, there's no, there's no differential there. It's just however many minutes or seconds went by in the candle. That's when the candle changes. So that's why I like volume bars. It's kind of more of like it gives you more like a feel, gives you more of a vibe. It's kind of like pace of tape a little bit, but you can see it in the bar itself. Carrie, the IB is initial balance. That is that's the first hour of trading. So wherever price has traveled in the first 60 minutes, that is called the initial balance. So on here today, we have IB high, which is right here, as this was as far as it got. And then this is the IB low, which also happened to be the RTH open. And that's crazy, by the way. Price traded 0 ticks below the open today. None. That's wild. I'd like to add, it's just a slow, grindy mess now. Or it's just a consolidated mess now. Yeah, sure, Carrie, no problem. No, Anthony. I use 750 for NQ, and then I believe I use 1500 for ES. Pretty sure. Mm. 3,000. I'm sorry. I use 3,000 for ES. Trader Nautilus, how do I execute based on time and sales? So what I'm looking for at time and sale on time and sales is these big highlight. So we get to a point of interest, right? So say like we keep pulling back to this volume node here. This LVN keeps holding. So this area is a point of interest for me. When we get down into this spot, I want to see the sweeps. And so the sweeps are all highlighted here. And that's people, crossing the spread and placing market orders. So I want to see aggressiveness down here in either way. So like if we see aggressive selling that's not going anywhere, that's good signs of absorption for me. And that's what I'm looking for. And then I want to see, buyers step in also. So aggressiveness on the buy side to follow that aggressive selling that didn't go anywhere. So it's just looking at, how excited are those market orders? Are people trying to accomplish something at that price? Is there a fight? Is that an inflection point? Because that's all I'm really looking to do is just get in at a decent inflection point and then continue for whatever, my targets might be. Just reading through the chat here. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I don't have a name on YouTube. I don't know. Like, I don't have a channel, if that's what you're asking. This is it. I'm on here. I'm on NinjaTrader plenty throughout the week. So it would be, I don't have another channel. I do have like a YouTube account that, I watch videos on, but that's it. Philip, to add the volume bars to your Ninja chart, you just go to, it's just right here. So at the top, so like if you're in a, you know, if you're in a workspace, it's just right here. So if you click this, this will give you options for minute, second, range, tick chart, and then volume chart. And I have, you know, 750 here. I have 250 configured too, but I use the 750 volume setting. And if you want to make a custom one, you just hit this configure button, and then you can make it whatever, you know, whatever volume you'd like to see for yourself. I know, you know, Merritt uses volume bars too. He uses 1500 for NQ. It's ultimately just a personal preference. But yeah, just click that drop down right there, baby. That's your ticket. Good morning, XY. See what I mean? XY wakes up right now. I was talking about you, if that's why you woke up. I don't know if your ears were burning. All good things. Erica, the IBH and IBL indicator is also part of the order flow lab suite, and it's just the MGI study. MGI stands for market generated information, and that's what plots all of this stuff for me. You know, weekly open, OR high, OR mid, previous value area high and low, RTH open, and you can get in there and there's like, you know, there's an infinite amount of MGI, and so you can decide what MGI is important for you to see, and then set it to just display those things. That's how it works. But that's part of the OFL toolkit. Yeah, rogue shots. If you hit configure, you can add different volumes. You can add whatever volume you want. Oh, XY short too. Great. Great. I'm fighting Leo and XY now. Yeah, Con, there's a lag on the live stream. It's just like all streams have a lag. 15 seconds is quite good. Really good. Rizoa asks, what RR are you running here? So I have my base is 4 lots with a 15-point stop loss, and then I will, depending on what kind of trade I'm in. This trade right now, I'm trying to catch a continuation. So what I'll do is I'll scale out for 1R on half, and that gives me a free trade while allowing to keep my stop loss here. And then beyond that, I will move my secondary target to, you know, something that I want to see happen. I would like to see us get an IB break. That's a pretty common stat. We haven't gotten it yet, so this is where my second target is. And then beyond that, I just have a runner up here at previous week high. So my risk once I'm in this sort of trade is more like, do I have enough meat on the bone to get to that second target? I'll get in, scale out of it, make it free, and then try to get to this IB high. But that's just because I'm looking for continuation and a stat that I like to hit. So the R on this would be, I don't know, 15-point stop with, you know, 70 points. So 4.25 on this lot, and then 10 on the second lot if I get it. XY cracked me up. Yeah, so we've all, Tanya talked about this. I talked about it too. This is ridiculous. These little, the fact that it could not break this 380 spot is really funny. I'm sure that's what both Leo and XY were trying to get, because these lows are very sus. Very sus. All's well in the world, baby. Firmament, I'm not, yeah, very sus, Leo. So I don't know what the stat is. I try not to keep actual percentages of what is going to happen or not happen in my head, because that will influence my trading a little too much. But usually IB breaks one side at least once in the session. You can go to Edgeful. They're a NinjaTrader partner. You can run that stat for yourself. There's maybe some other ways to grab it too. Yeah, Rizo, that's kind of how I approach just this kind of trade. Because continuation is tricky, right? It's really hard to get in to a market that's already mooned this hard, and you're not entirely sure which entry is going to be the good one. So that's why I try to pay for it and then get a better R on, the second half. Or if I can get a more high confidence ad up here, like if we leave this, if we have built all of this and we leave it and go higher, then, I'll continue to buy up here. I'm not afraid of buying the highs and selling higher. It might be my favorite thing to do. So what do you think is the minimum profit factor a strategy should generate? Well, Yanis, that is a very tricky question, because I think a lot of that is really personal to each person's trading style. Like I like to run with, I try to get an average of 1.45 as a factor with a 55% win rate. I know that's a profitable concept because I've run it through, a Kelly criterion simulator a million times. Like that combination, if I risk, 1 to 2% of my trading account on it, will survive and not blow up. My risk of ruin is not zero on that, as long as I keep to those risk parameters, right? Which basically means, like, if you have $10,000, you can bet $120 on each bet, each trade, and as long as you keep that size and consistent like that, and you have a profit factor of 1.4 and a 55% win rate, your profit factor will be good over time, or your equity curve will be good, positive over time. Now, of course, the trick is maintaining that, and that is the hard part. But that's why we track the stats, and that's why we keep an eye on ourselves and our mental, our P&L, and all that stuff. However, there's lots of people that like to have a 30% win rate and a profit factor of 3 on each of their trades. That works too. Like, there's lots of different ways to math. Nice. Got our IB break. Woohoo! Let's go. Yes, there's lots of people that run a different sizing strategy. Like, that's all part of your strategy, and that's all part of stuff that you'll learn about yourself. The thing I don't like about that is that means I have to lose 70% of the time, and I'm not able to handle that mentally. It's just not something that I can sit and do. I've tried. It grinds me down, and I find myself fighting for bigger R trades, and it's just, it's a net negative for me. So that's why I found this, and this is the profit factor that I'm comfortable with. I do think that it's pretty difficult to have an extremely high win rate with a profit factor below 1 and make that sustainable over time. Then that kind of gets into like the world where you're really at risk for the outlier days to blow you up. If you're running a really high frequency, or not a high frequency, a really high percent profitability strategy like that, I would be suspect of it, and I would be like, "Are you sure you're not going to blow up? Did you run this through? How many Kelly instances did you run this through? Have you mapped this out?" Because most of that stuff blows up in the end. It's just like people talking about selling options all the time, and there's a lot of huckster option selling people out there that are just like, yeah, you can turn that, it's free money just sitting out here, just sell condors. But that only works in a certain market environment. And in the other market environment, the 10% of the time that you don't win wipes out your whole account. So you have to be wary of that as well. Oh, thanks, Yanis. No problem. No problem. I got Con on my team today. This is cool. Oh, is Trump talking today? Nice. That was a long answer. I got to go back. Norseman, thank you. So 20-day average IB break for ES is 100%. Okay. I mean, you might need a bigger sample size. If you find yourself running stats that have 100% hit rate, you may want to broaden that sample size a bit. 100% of the time, it works every time. Oh, Rise, you're just learning futures. That's cool. Take your time. It's different than options. Much more binary, but also it has its own pitfalls. So take your time. Oh, awesome. That's good, Andrew. Yeah, the equity curve simulator is a fun place to mess around with. If you like, if you're a nerd and you like messing around with probabilities and stuff like that, that's my favorite. That's my favorite thing to mess around with. So I just like playing with the equity curve simulator in general. Robert Blackwell, the IB is the initial balance, and an IB break is just when we, after the initial balance is set, and it was set back here, and the initial balance is the first hour of trading in the trading day. So this is as high as price got in that first hour. So that makes this the IB high or initial balance high. And then right here, when we broke through that price, that was my target here. When we broke through that price, that is the IB break. Yeah, Omni, don't worry. You'll get there soon, bud. Oh, do I still play poker these days? No, I don't. But it's only because I moved away from the city. I do miss it. It was really fun. It was a fun recreation hobby. And it was like our poker room is so small that it's just like a really big home game with the same like 150, 200 people. So mostly retirees. I would become really good friends with and play during the day. I like playing during the day. I'm not really like a nighttime poker guy. That game gets a little weirder, but yeah, I do miss it. It's so chill. Trader Nautilus, do I watch for above ask or below bid at the lows to enter a long trade? What do you mean, buddy? Can you expand on your question? Madman Micros, I don't ever move to break even. And I've taken profit 3 times on this trade. Once here, and once here. Is it really that uncommon? I get this question like every 10 minutes. Is it that weird that I don't move my stop to break even? I mean, it might be, I guess. There's lots of stuff in this world like that are just me things. So this just might be one of those things. Who else is going to do the challenge with me? Did everybody hear my my bet with Jim? I want to make sure that we're all partying tomorrow for the challenge. All you have to do, super easy, takes like 10 seconds. Just click that link and go sign up for it. I think it's 25K is your whole bankroll, and there's position limits too. I think it's five minis on ES and NQ is your position limit. 5 or 50 micros. So we might be. I'm trying to watch this here for maybe an ad. Let me see. Are you gonna? This is what we're looking at on time and sales too. If you look, unfortunately, my crosshairs don't go over there, so you can't see where I'm pointing. But you know, when you see a lot of that activity, when the highlight stuff really starts going off, that's when you start to look over there and see what's happening. Are sellers going to be able to push back down into this consolidation here, or are we going to reject these highs that we broke out of and continue higher? So this is either a good spot for an ad, or price is just going to go back into this balance. Because we've got, I mean, it's a pretty nice balance. We've got, these folks are offside, but we have all this bid delta down here and here, and then we have a bunch of this offer delta up here. So while we were down here consolidating, it was a pretty nice balance, with the exception of this. Yeah. So I'm just watching the tape to see if I also got to make sure that if I get an ad in, this is a pretty high ad. If I get an ad in up here, that's a pretty big seller. Let's see if we can hold this overnight high. Oh yeah, that's just the trading Nautilus. That's just stuff that's either hitting the bid or hitting the offer. I don't monitor the I'll put 2 more on there. Just pull it up tight. I don't like that the overnight low has become the point of control. We're early enough in the day that I'm comfortable with initiating at the point of control. But this is also that stupid 420 spot. It gets all sticky. And a seller is trying to press. Let's see. Change this back to 1. What do I got? Okay, got 3 on. To rain dance. Good jams today. My Spotify is killing it right now. Anthony, I will once I'm off the stream in I don't know 15 minutes or whatever, I will I'll put that setting on Twitter. I think Leo has as well. We have the same one, but I will find that for you, bud, and I will put it on. MLT. How can I see the tape? Sorry, that's not a funny question. But it's just funny because people call the tape a bunch of different things. So the tape is the time and sales. The tape, I mean, a million years ago was referred to as like the ticker tape that printed out as orders were placed. So it's just, this is it. That, you know, all those flashing blue and red numbers on the right, the orders that are going through, that's the tape. You can also see the tape on the DOM. You know, that's another way to look at, you know, what orders are being executed where and when, and with what level of aggressiveness. There's lots of different things you can do there. Yeah, no, sure. No problem. John Patrick Vargas Clarios, name please. Who is this guy? That's a great question. Who is this guy? Who is this guy on the YouTube right now? My name is under my face. You can see it. It's right there. Who is this guy? How dare he? I feel the same way, dude. Yeah, you can follow me on the X, the Twitter. I'm on there too. Oh, thanks, Manindra. I don't. I use I don't use any. I just use soap and water. I think. If I have to go to like a wedding or something, there's like some. There's something I use. I can't remember. It's in like a blue bottle. But I need a haircut really bad. It's happening. It's way too hot to have long hair. Cutting the grass with long hair, no dice. Not fun.
Yeah,
This
but
is
you
it.
look cool.
Ah, yes. Thanks, Jim. I look cool. I look cool with headphones on inside. Once you get outside, I mean, humidity starts. It becomes unruly very quickly.
Oh man. All right, anyway, good job today.
Anyway. Thank you,
Appreciate
buddy.
you, man. So Mrs. Keggs is on this challenge, right? Because we're going to
Okay.
do this challenge tomorrow. This is the arena challenge, everybody. We've been talking about it all morning. We're going to be rocking. And then we have a little side competition, me versus Stowe.
That's right.
And, we have a couple of options for from Charleston for you
Okay.
when you beat me. We have
Yeah. I'm worried about that part.
we have this like seagrass. We have this culture. It's the Gullah culture. It's an African American culture that's been down here since the start in the southern part of the U.S. here.
Okay.
They speak, their native language was closer to Creole than anything else, but they still to this day make these seagrass baskets.
Ooh,
And they're
okay.
super cool. They're handmade and they're super, super cool. Now, that's kind of option number one. Option number two is Leon's barbecue, which, they're two completely different offers here. So
Does the barbecue fit inside of the basket? Just throwing that out there. I don't know.
No, so the barbecue will come with dry ice in because it's, and it has to be preserved.
I don't know. I think Mrs. Stowe would prefer the barbecue to the basket. I don't know. I gotta ask. We'll ask the missus. I'm not planning to win, but I'm gonna do my best. What are you gonna trade? Do you have your product? What are you gonna do?
I don't know. I mean, whatever, wherever the opportunity is, man, we're gonna dig into it. So I'm just gonna say right now, I'm a little bit disadvantaged because I've got to do other stuff. So it's like,
I agree. Yep.
But I know you do too, so that's fair. It's a fair fight. But just to remind everybody, there are prizes, right? And
Yes.
the link has been posted in the chat time and time again. The Arena Challenge. It starts tomorrow. It's a one-day challenge. There's cash prizes. There's swag prizes, and it's a lot of fun. I mean, the bottom line is it's going to be a lot of fun. So I'll keep you posted along the way tomorrow on my progress, and I'll be maybe I can get like the folks behind the scenes to give me an update on you. So it's like, all right, what's Stowe doing? I don't see him online.
That sounds good.
Actually, maybe they could mirror your trades. I won't have to do anything.
No, that's cheating. What you should do, if you ask them, I would inverse my trades if you're going to do anything. That might take me out for sure.
Ooh, no. We'll try to apply some common sense here.
Cool.
In any event, man, thanks for great seeing you. Looking forward to. You're not this afternoon. I think it's been there's been a switch. I want to say XYZ and Leo today.
Oh, okay, cool.
Is that? Hang on a second. Sav told me something.
I don't know.
She's in charge of this operation. Where's Savannah at? She sent me a little note. It said, Leo and XYZ will be swapping today. So it'll be XYZ and Nick. XYZ and Nick.
Oh, nice. Okay. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Yep. And then I'm on double tomorrow, so that'll be good. I'm stoked for the challenge. I gotta stretch out. I gotta prepare. It's gonna be awesome.
All right, man. You go stretch out to your pre warm-ups, whatever you do. And I will talk to you later. Thanks for being
All
here.
right.
I'm going to
Later,
throw a
Jim.
couple of charts really quickly here. We'll just look at those Mentor Q levels as it relates to the intraday charts for the E-mini S&P and the NASDAQ. And you can see them painted on my chart here. This is the initial balance. We did have a wick through on the top of the initial balance. And by the way, it stopped right at that 0 DTE high vol level. No surprise there. These Mentor Q levels are great. And the bottom's pretty far away. We're talking about 65, 55 handles. We haven't seen the bottom of that opening range, and we might not. Point of control, pretty nice, at least situated here around 56, 50, 59, 56. And then higher, we have a whole concentration of targets. We have JAX1, we have R1, we have previous sessions highs, we have 0 DTE gammas, all between 59.80 and 59.75. That's just a gaggle, which is the word of the day, of areas of interest right there. Above that, it's that JAX4 level of 59.90. So we'll see how that goes. Let's just pivot over to the micro NASI because the structure is a little different, not really, but we're right at this gaggle of interest, right? We have that pivot right there, put support, high vol level, point of control, all consolidated right around where we're trading right now. Same wick through above that initial balance. And then from the upside targets, we do have R1, previous sessions highs, 0 DTE, high vol, also 21,500. We'll see if we can get there. And beyond there, same as the mini S&P, we have that GX4 level at 21,500. We'll just round it out to 21,550. So that's kind of the story on the upside. Downside, well, we'll see if we get any downside today, but there's levels there as well. All right, having said all that, folks, thanks everybody for being here with us on a Monday, of all things, at NinjaTrader Live. Appreciate everybody being here. We got a lot more work to do this afternoon. We're trading the Order Flow Labs guys are going to be trading the close. Me and Shai have our hot commodities report, and there is stuff flying in the commodity world. So please tune into that if you get a chance. Thanks for being part of this great community. You guys are making it a great community. We will see you soon.